Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. Please, if you can hear me and I'm audible, can you please drop a chat in this chat box so that I can know if we are good to go? All right. I just want to be sure we are good to go. So please, if you can hear me, can you drop a chat? All right. We are good to go. All right. Thank you. I can see the response. Good to go. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. My name is Owolabi Oshinade from Droidedge Consulting. Uh, Today, like we said, we'll be looking at Sage Business Cloud Accounting. So basically, since we signed up for this session, would put you through, the nitty gritty, and we promise that this session will be a very practical one. So, as most of us have been able to sign up for Sage Business Accounting, we've been also would have access to an account that we can use to uh, practice alongside, this session. So from this um training platform that we currently use, we can actually see the training material has also been added. So basically, you can always download the training manual and the training exercise. So today's session would actually go by we following the training exercise. The training manual is just a guide for you, after the training. Anytime you want to practice and you are having any challenge, the easiest way for you to do that is to access, the training manual, and this will show you the step-by-step approach for you to actually, carry out any of those transactions. So, without wasting too much of our time, I would actually introduce the first trainer for today, which is my colleague. He would be joining us now. So he would put us through the introduction, the introductory aspect of this exercise. And he's also going to start, based on what we've seen in the training outline. He's going to start the training for us, and he's going to put us through majority of what we'll be doing today. So I would, without wasting too much of our time, because we just have limited time and we really want to cover so much. I would invite my colleague Adeomi Aziz to join. So before then, let's just give like a minute or two. I know we have so many participants, over 60 or 50 currently joined. So I will try to give one or two people access if you would like to, just say anything before we commence the training. So if you would like to just say anything briefly, we cannot give too many people that chance. Just a few people, you can just raise hand. If you just if you are interested in saying anything, then we can give you the access to communicate. So once you raise hand, we can actually give you access if you would like to share any information, just a greeting introduction before we call in our trainer. But if we do not receive any in the next 2 minutes, then it's going to commence. Questions? I see that. Okay. All right. So as the training continue, okay, somebody is requesting access. Let me grant access. This is we have my colleague Jacob is requesting access to speak. So I'll grant you the access, please, Mr. Jacob. Please let it be brief. All right. I'll grant you video and audio access. Okay. I'm doing that just now. All right, Mr. Jacob, you can speak. Mr. Jacob, you've been granted access to speak. You can unmute and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
right. I see. Yes, yes, we can hear you, Mr. Jacob.
All right. Actually, thank you for making me to be part of this. But the issue is that your procedures for getting to this point of the access and all that is actually very difficult. I'm telling you, many people might not really be patient to go through this step just to log in for a Zoom meeting. So maybe next time you just do something, the normal Zoom meeting format with the link and all that. Because this is actually very stressful. I won't lie to you. But thank you. That will be all.
All
Hello.
right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that observation. Well, we so much appreciate your concerns. Quite unfortunate, we have carefully, choose this platform based on so many factors. So, but really appreciate your concern. We thank God you're able to join. So, if you're able to join, then we appreciate so many other people here are also, uh, able to join. All right. For those other people that are unable to join currently, our support team are currently working on it, supporting them to make sure they're able to join. All right. So let's just get right into it. I'll hand over the baton to my colleague now. He would commence the presentation and take it further. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, okay. I want to be sure I'm audible. Okay. Please, if you can confirm to me that you can hear me, so that I can then proceed. I would look through the chat. Okay. Okay. Loud and clear. Cool. Thank you. All right. So, okay. Trying to share my screen now. Well, my name is Aziz Adeomi, and just like my colleague Olabi rightly said, I'll be the facilitator for today's session. So, just in a few minutes, I'll get at it. Okay, let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, today's training, it's basically on Sage Business Cloud Accounting, and it's one of Sage software, and it's one of the latest trend, in the industry now. Reason for that is, it's a cloud software. Due to the times of the COVID era, rather, right? Most organizations have to like switch to cloud softwares, and that's why we thought, and most of our clients that we consult for are also requesting that they want a cloud solution. So we felt, if we can actually train so many people on it, since that's the new trend now, then it would possibly create a good avenue for people in terms of career, in terms of knowledge as well. And that's one of the motive for us putting this together. So, without wasting much of our time, let's see, trying to share my screen. Just okay, cool. All right, so let's just get at it. Right. Today's training will be basically on say business cloud accounting, and you know of course, I know quite a lot of us have been hearing about Sage. Let's even what is we've just been hearing Sage. What does Sage does? And how come Sage is so big in the market now? Right. So Sage is actually a software company. Which was founded, of course, by David Goodman and his team. So what they've been doing is that they've been developing several softwares across different region. Softwares varying from accounting systems, customer relationship management, and ERP systems, for manufacturing, construction, and so on like that, right? So, but one of those key softwares that we've keyed into, which this training is based on, is actually State Business Cloud, right? So now, State Business Cloud Accounting is actually, a cloud solution, and is one of the leading solution now. When you hear cloud these days, what it simply means, when you say cloud, I know some of us, or some professionals will think, oh, it's the normal cloud that we are seeing. So the essence is just that when you have a cloud solution, it simply means it can be accessed anywhere, right? It could now be, with a mobile device or a computer system, but when you hear them say cloud, a software is a cloud solution, simply means it is accessible, right? From the comfort of your home office and all. So Sage Business Cloud is actually one of those solutions. So it's a cloud solution. It's unlike solutions that are only on premise. So, quite a number of the participants, were reaching out saying how would they install the system, the software on their system rather. So, and the beauty is you don't need to install. Just like some of the guideline that we sent to us for some of us that have registered, on the Sage software itself. It's all you just need is a browser, and you are good to go. So, and that's what we are talking about. Imagine as a business owner, you are not in Lagos, you are traveling to Abuja today, the next day you are in UK, right? So you don't need to worry, whatsoever it is that they are doing back at office, you can always, get reports yourself. You can always generate reports or even automate, some of those processes. You want to raise invoices, you want to raise receipts, you want to raise journals in the system. You can do that from your comfort. So you don't need to be in your office, and all to use the software. So that's one of those basic things about uh, Sage Business Cloud Accounting, right? So now, one of those things, as well, that people out there, when you say probably you're an accountant or you've attended an accounting software training, and if you can still not differentiate between what an accounting software is and what an ERP system is, then I don't know, man. Okay, sorry, let me make this a transition. So okay. Okay, I don't know if we can, see my screen still clearly. Okay, so when you talk about an accounting software, there are some softwares, that they are basically an accounting software, and there are some systems that are referred to as ERP. The full meaning of ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning, right? And of course, there are differences between the two. In as much as one of this software, could actually do the function, of an accounting system and also of that of an ERP. But an ERP system, sorry, an accounting system rather, is a smaller bit of the whole ERP system, right? So one of those differences is that an accounting system, right, does the basic, financials of a business. So when you say what you have is an accounting system, it simply means you can do what those activities that is expected of a finance department, right? So those activities that is expected probably as a small business owner, you just want to raise invoices for your customer when you make sales, you just want to raise, customer receipt and send to them and all those, right? You just want to, cater for your expenses. You just want to raise probably simple journals within the system. Those functions that you do with an accounting system are restricted to the finance department, right? They are just their account processes, right? And unlike an ERP system. So if as a company or as a business, when you are using an ERP system, an enterprise resource, planning system, what it means is that now, aside from just finance, right, you've incorporated, other departments. Like in a typical company, you have the HR department, right? You have the, the finance department, you have inventory department, you have procurement, you have, you know fixed assets, asset management department or facility department. Now, a company could now get a software that can easily, that can easily cater for all these activities, right? So whatsoever it is that the inventory man is doing from requisition, to they requesting for items, to it being released, from the warehouse. All those processes are automated, right? It simply means it will flow into the finance, into the reporting will flow, financially, for the finance department. Same as, the procurement department, when they are raising procurement requisitions and all, and they are raising purchase order, you can easily get a report, within the system for that. Also for the HR department, right? When they are, doing their payroll processes, their pay computation and all, pension and all those, remittances within the system, everything translates into, an accounting entry. And at the end of the day, right, a manager could easily log into the system and generate reports on how the inventory department have been, how they have been faring, right? And you can also generate report as to, okay, have we remitted our VAT? Have we remitted, our payee and all of those things? So what I'm basically trying to explain is that an ERP system, called Enterprise Resource Plan, right? You know, and shakes all other departments. So you don't that software does not only do accounting related functions. So it does for construction companies, name it, all of those departments will be incorporated together, and everyone would have their own function and their own rights assigned to them within the system. So an inventory person is logging into the same system, uh, the HR manager is logging into the same system, the CFO is logging into the same system. So when an organization run that kind or use that sort of a software, then it is now time to say they are using an enterprise resource planning system, right? However, an accounting system, would only cater for, those basic accounting that you do. You just want to record your sales, your expenses, and all sorts, right? So it won't really take care of inventory, right? It will do a little bit of inventory, but it won't necessarily do, you know, uh, so many inventory related, activities, and it goes on and on and on. But the basic thing you just need to know is, you might be asked out there that, have you held the term ERP system before, right? And you can easily tell even from your current organization if you are using an accounting software or you are using an ERP system. So the ERP system, lastly, the ERP system, encompasses all departments and all activities, within an organization, while an accounting system, only does those accounting aspects, of the business. So we have quite a number of examples. So we have, for accounting system, we have QuickBooks, we have Sage Business Cloud, we have Sage 50C, right? Sage 50C is called Sage 50 Cloud, right? So then we have examples of ERP systems. So for ERP system, we have say 200 Evolution. It's been tagged as a mini ERP system because to an extent it can do what the biggest ERP systems can do. Right? We have say 300 ERP. We have Sage S3. We have SAP. We have Microsoft Dynamics, which is also referred to as Navision. We have quite a number of softwares like that. But of course, an ERP system is much more expensive, right, in terms of license and all, right? But an accounting system rather is still within a relevant range. And a company can start with an accounting system before moving into an ERP, right? They just have to start somewhere. So I believe with this little analogy of mine, you can easily differentiate what an accounting system is and what an ERP system is. So what we are working on basically is an accounting system. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's only accountants that can work on it, right? No. So it's actually very easy and very friendly. And by the time we go into it properly, you get to understand how all of this works, right? So now we have setting up a company, right? So in order to do that, I will need to navigate to my accounting system, So I will need to log in into my Sage Business Cloud accounting, and of course, to access Sage Business Cloud accounting, to be able to log into it, all you need is a browser and internet, right? an internet device, or an internet-enabled device, as you can call it. So you just need to go to accounting.sage1.co.za, right? It's a portal. So, and it's not as if it's not safe. So it is only you will be the one that can you can only log in into your own company, because your credentials, your login credentials is only, applicable to you, right? So I cannot log in as Olabi. I cannot log in as anyone else, unless I would only be able to log in as Olabi if Olabi would share with me, his login information, right? So I will get at it. This is the login interface. I'm sure quite a number of us would have signed up already. If you are just, if you intend to sign up as a fresh user, so that is when you get to click on this user. So I'll be entering, of course, the email address and the password, right, for this demo company, right? So that's my email. Then, of course, my password. Uh, then I click on login. Okay. So I have to type the password. Okay. So trying to log in. Now I've logged in into the system, but now the system is telling me to, take a few minutes to make sure my company settings are actually, set up professionally. So I can choose to still bypass this, which I'll do now, right? But because I want to take us to introduction into the system, right? Then we now move to how we can set up our own company. What you've done currently is that you've been able to sign up, you've been able to create a company. But it's not just about creating a company. You should be able to set up a company. And the good thing is, all these accounting systems and ERP systems, they work alike, right? Yes, the names might be different, right? But they work alike. All you need to do is, to open, your mind to it, right? And uh, you can easily, their names might be different, quite all right. But whatsoever it is that you are learning on Sage can be used to leverage whatsoever you want to do on QuickBooks, can be used to leverage on whatsoever you want to do on Microsoft, Navision, then, and so on. So I will try as best as I can, to run us through this training, you know, as an accountant, and also I would also take it, for some of us that do not have accounting background in here, so that we can easily, I know we have IT professionals here, we have of course accounting students, and also people from other discipline. So but let me just go right into it. So this is Seed Business Cloud Accounting, right? And okay, my screen might be tiny, let me enlarge this a bit. Okay, so yeah, now we have what we call modules, right? So another way you can refer to is tabs. We have in most software is being called modules, right? So I would be using the word modules and tabs, interchangeably. So the system has several modules in here, right? We have the home module, we have the quick view, customer, suppliers, item, banking, of course. We have accounts, we have accountants area, we have reports. Then we have company, being an administrator, there are so many things you'll be able to do here. Then, of course, being an admin, I can manage users, I can control what users can do, right? And I have the will to change my own profile, to change my own password, as I deem fit. So now, I would typically run us to those things that we need to know that will make navigation easy within the system before we then proceed to setting up our own system ourselves, right? So to navigate, right, we have the home function and we have, the quick view, module or tab, right? So these two things are very, very important, right? For mostly for to help you gain insights into, what it is that your company is really doing and how fair, your company is going. So we have of course, from the home, we have dashboard. So the home tab is purposely created for dashboards. So the system has dashboards, and because I don't have much dashboard populating here, because I am using a blank database, right? Just like what you have now, right? So from here, but by the time we do one or two activities in here, then these dashboards would have been populated and it would make, meaningful sense. But remember, an accounting software or an ERP system is all about garbage in, garbage out. So it is whatsoever you fed to it, right? That is the insight and the report you'll be getting at the end of the day, right? So in this case, don't be surprised if I'm checking my sales history, if I've posted some invoices wrongly, probably in the month of June, and I'm seeing that my June, figure has skyrocketed, from what it should be. Then that simply means you need to do a little bit of reconciliation, right? Probably you've done some wrong postings, postings that are meant for another month have been posted into a certain month. So that's why I see when some people look at their report and they get to be scared and say, oh, this is not what I'm expected to have. Then of course, if you are in that situation, you should know that you've done something, you've done something wrong, So but dashboard, so we have several dashboard. We have the general dashboard, which is where I am now, and the dashboard can actually be customized, be to suit how you want to view it. I can move banking here. I can equally say that, oh, I want my banking to be reporting in a certain way, and all sorts. And I can say I only want to be seeing two or three dashboards here. Then if I want to bring it back again, I'm still allowed to reset my dashboard or to add, widget as the case may be. So now we have the normal dashboard, we have customer dashboard, supplier dashboard. What this would do basically is that they would give you, basic access, right, to be able to see insights. So the dashboard works more or less like an insight. So let's say you want to see all that has been happening with your customers, across board, right? If you come here, you click on customer dashboard, and the system gives you information, or insights relating to your customers. So you have top customers by outstanding balances, customers balances, but it makes more sense by the time we start entering, activities within the system. But I just want you to know one thing you should note is if you want to have a quick insight as per your customers, your suppliers, item dashboard, your financial dashboard in this case is like your financial statement. So there are some comparison that the system would have done for you, revenue to expenses comparison, this year to last year, comparison, then you have, of course, budget and actual and those sorts. So, but we'll still come back to all of this. Then you can also set your workspace. So your workspace is just like a pool of shortcuts, right? So rather than bothering myself navigating, all around the system, I can easily do whatsoever I want to do, in my workspace. And you can always customize your workspace as you like, right? I make use of workspace a lot because imagine, let's say, what I want to do as an accountant or as a business person is to raise a quote, within the system. So rather than navigating, or probably I don't even know where to go from all of these icons here, I can easily go to my workspace and click on create a quote. So you have invoices, you have customer receipts, you have credit notes. There, name it. You can generate your POL reports, you can generate your balance sheet reports. You can prepare your VAT return, you record expenses, enter bank transactions. You can even import your bank statement. So many things you can do here, and you can still add some other functions to your workspace. But your workspace can actually be found, from your home tab. So the home tab basically it just helps you, right, to gain, quick insights, general insights as to how, the business or how the company is faring. So as an accountant or as a business person, you should be able to look at those, insights at the end of the day for, and, deduce a certain position, from there to say, oh, this is what we needed to do, or these are the areas where we need to improve on. But that's dashboard. So we'll still I'm just trying to just run us to a brief, an introductory part into the software. So I'll be talking majorly about these two, right? So the next one is Quick View, right? Quick View, what Quick View does is it's just it's a corollary of the Home tab, but just that at Quick View level, right? You, if you want to now get further insights, now what we are now looking at is not just general, it's not just customers as a whole, but a certain customer. So I can click on my Quick View button and say, oh, Aziz as a customer, I want to see how Aziz has been performing, our activities with Aziz, right? How it has been, over time. So the quick view allows you to do that. All you just need to do is to select the customer in question, and the system would populate all this information will now be based on a certain customer alone, and from there you can see all the transactions. You can generate customer statement report and all those things. So the quick view is giving you insight as well, but just that the quick view does for one record at a time. The dashboard does for several records, right? But the quick view only, go for one record at a time. Simply means if you want to gain, insights, as to how a customer or how an item or a service that you render, how it is, how it has been performing. So also your bank account, your cash or bank account, if you want to view, how they have been performing in terms of balances, in terms of activities in them. It's just a matter of selecting, the bank itself from here, and you have it displayed. So same thing applies for items. Same thing applies for general ledger accounts. So we'll be moving into general ledger accounts shortly, and that is where the training gets much more interesting, right? So now that's just an idea of how the quick view works. So the quick view works just like the home, tab, but the basic difference, once again, is just that under the home tab, you are able to generate, to see an overview based on this is on general, right? Based on customers, based on suppliers, based on item, based on your financials, right? While quick view would only give you insights per one record. So we have instances where a client would say, "Oh, so customer is calling for a credit for a credit sale of so amount." So you being an accountant of the company, you don't just agree to such. So you need to go into your system, your accounting or your ERP system, to even check, how this customer has been performing. Has he been paying on time? Has he been settling his former credit on time? Can we, commit an item of this value to him, expecting him to pay on time too. So that's where you need to go into your system, but it's still subjected to you keeping proper records within the system. So if you are keeping proper records within the system, then you'll be able to have proper insight and proper reports. That's why in accounting and in software field, right, we normally appeal to our users, right, that whenever you want to enter records into the system, please check it again, ensure it's correct. And if it's not correct, do something to reverse, and do the correct thing, because it affects the final consumer of such insight or report. So that's just all about quick view, right? So, but one other thing that makes navigation easy, right? Before I now move to general ledger account and and also creating or modifying our company information. So one other thing you find easy is that, and it's also applicable in most accounting softwares too, right? Eh, Now, individual mode, if you look through the customer, my supplier, my items, and all other modules like that, they have something in common. You notice they have lists, transactions, and they have reports. These three is so common across all the modules, right? List, transactions, reports. Under item, we have list, we have transactions. Of course, we have some modules, we have special, right? And special is just used for in adjusting some balances, right? But one of those primary things is list, transactions, and report. And for some of us that have been using or that are used to the what some still refer to as Sage 50 now, which was formerly Peachtree, right? So you notice that as maintain tax and report, and also in some Sage 50 US accounting too, which is also another part of Sage software, but is not applicable in this region, right? Because the only Sage 50 software that is applicable in this region is Sage 50C. And you can actually Google that and check that out. So all of that Sage 50 you are hearing out there, it's just a plus now. So all of that Sage 50 you are hearing out there are not even created for this region. So most of them are US softwares. So and most times their reporting currency or their functional currency, is most likely in USD. But the Sage 50 software, that Sage as a company, sell to Nigeria and other West African countries is actually Sage 50C, Sage 50 Cloud. But that's just by the way, right? So, but what I'm trying to drive at here is in most systems, in systems like say 200 Evolution, what you have is you have maintenance, you have transactions, you have inquiries, and you have reports. But in this system, what we have is list, transactions, and reports. Now, what makes them so different and why are they so important, to this session? They are so important because the list, allows you, let's say you want to create a new record or you want to maintain existing record. Maintaining existing record simply means you either want to create or you want to edit a record, right? Or you want to even delete a record that does not have any activity. So you can do that on that list. So let's say I want to create a new customer. We want to deal with a new customer now. I need to create the customer in the system. So where do I go to? I need to go to list. So the list of customer would avail me. So from the list function, I'll be able to either create or to edit a customer information, right? And so that's what you get to do on that list, right? But transactions tab, if you now want to do any transactions with respect to a record you've added, right? You get to do that on that transaction. So now I've created a customer. Let's say I want to raise a quote or I want to raise an invoice, or this customer has even paid our company. We'll be looking at those activities too, in the later part of the training as well. So if I want to do all those, I get to do that under the transaction, part of it. And let's say it has to do with suppliers, I do that under my suppliers module, right? Now I have reports. Now, so it's a chain, right? So it's coming from what the records you must have under maintained, right? The record you must have maintained, rather, right, with respect to the list function. So if you have created a record, then you'll be able to raise transactions within the system on such a record. Then if you now, want to generate reports, remember, you'd only be able to generate reports on transactions that have been posted. So failure to post any transaction, then there won't be reports. And any transaction you've posted in error, would lead to, reports that has errors. So, but just note that in working with the Sage Business Cloud accounting software, right, you go to it has list, it has transaction, it has reports. So we need to note, so that we can know when and when, we need to navigate to the when and when we need to navigate, and do some things within the software. So we have list, we have transactions, we have reports, right? So that's just the basic thing, about the software. So now I'll be moving into creating company information, right? So now we've created our company, right? So we needed to check our company information, because before you use a system, and that's one of those things we do, you need to have configured, your company. And how do we now go about it? Even if most softwares, even let's say a company changes its name tomorrow, or the company address changes, there should be a way, right, at which that will be affected. And that is what we want to do now, right? So I'll be moving to the company module, and then I'll go to, change company settings. What do I want to do there? For me to be able to raise transactions and check other modalities within the system, right? Then I need to ensure that my company is properly set up, right? So I'll be guiding us how to set up this company, right, with this training. That will be done by going to the change company settings function. But before I do that, right, now let me just briefly introduce us to these other modules too. So the customer module, caters for activities with respect to our customers. Be it you want to create a customer, you want to do any transaction, and you want to generate any report. So far it has to do with customer, go to the customer module straight up, right? So for suppliers too, it's just the opposite of what I have just talked about. Now for suppliers, should you want to create a supplier, do some transactions or do some reports, so that's been done under the suppliers module, right? So then we have for items. So items in this case too is also called inventory, right? Should you want to create your inventory records, and it's very much interesting, when we get to that part, we get to see all of these things too. So should you want to create inventory records, do transactions on them, such as item adjustments and all, when the case arise, right? Then we do that under item module. Then our banking, yes, whenever we are dealing with cash or bank transactions, let's say you want to make payments, you want to record expenses, you want to do all those things, you get to do that under your banking module. Then we have accounts, right, which is the father of all other modules that we are seeing, right? So the account module, this is where we get to do our chart of account, our ledger chart of account. I'll be taking us through that, shortly. That's an area where you wouldn't want to miss, because it is very, very important. Very, very important. As an accountant, it's very important you listen to what I have to tell you with respect to that. But whenever you want to create ledgers, you want to do any modification, you get to do that from the account module. Then of course we have the accountant area. So the accountant area is just, it's just that there are some reports and activities there that, let's say you want to do journal entries, you want to generate financial statement reports and all those things, and also for audits too, you want to generate audit reports, for some of us that are in, audit department and all those. So you can also use the accountant area. So, but one of those critical things that you do in accountant area that is very, very important is journal entries. Should there be need for you to create, or to process journals, right? Then we have report, the report module. The report module encompasses all other reports we have here. So all other reports that we have in other modules are embedded, in the reports module. So you have several reports. So if I should click on customers, I would avail myself all the reports that the system has with respect to customers. So moving on, then I have company, right? So under the company module, that's where I get to do one or two setups, right? As relates to my own company, which in this case is named, Droidedge Consulting. So your own company might be different based on what you use in signing up, right? So, but we have, several things we get to do, which we'll be looking at one of it, which is change company settings, right? Then also we have the administration module. That's for the admin, the IT department and all sorts. That's where they get to create other users within the system, give them some rights, because individual users would have different rights. A treasurer within the company would have a different right as that of the CFO, or as that of the financial accountant, and it goes on and on. And also the inventory person too, it is his or her right within the system, will be based on the scope, as agreed by the firm he or she works in. So that's just one of the basic thing. Of course, here is my work area, right? Here where we have, the workspace now is my work area. It simply means whatsoever I click, from the functions above gets displayed in the work area, and that's where I carry out all of my activities, right? So that's just a basic run through, within the system. So let's now go to change company settings. Now we've created our company. We need to be sure that our informations are correct, be it, our company information, VAT settings, our currency settings, our VAT percentage, if you are in a company that deal with, vatable items, and all sorts. So now let's get right at it, right? So under the company settings, there are several tabs, right? We have the company details, general settings, VAT. We have documents and statements. We have branding, and all those, right? Okay. So okay, I don't know if you can still see my screen. Yep. Okay, so hold on. I'm getting a feedback. Let me be sure I'm just few minutes, please. Okay. Okay, cool. I got that. Okay, so is it cool now? I'm sure the display should be cool now. So we have, company details, we have general settings, we have VAT, we have branding. So one of those things, remember, we've shared with us, class activities that we'll be running to, right? But I will just run us through, the basic parts when it comes to the company settings, right? So I don't know if you can. I'm sure my screen. Let me see. I'm sure you all can see my screen because I'm getting a feedback. I just want to be sure I am. Sorry. Uh, okay, the screen. Okay, the screen is not too clear. Was not too clear. Okay, I am sure it's okay now. Please confirm if it's okay. Just drop the chat. Sorry, I've please, I'll be expecting your feedback. Kindly confirm if you can, if the screen is a bit okay now. Okay, cool. So, okay, just to be sure we are on the same page, I'm actually on company settings now. I'm sure you can see my screen also, right? Very good. Okay. So we have here company details. I have my company name, right? I have, telephone and all. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so now my company name, right? So because you need to have, for all companies now, Droidedge Consulting, is Droidedge Consulting today. So let's say now tomorrow we intend to add, a PLC to it. Then there is need to modify, what we currently have, right? So even if at the point of creating, your company, you've made one or two errors, you still have that luxury to impute the right thing here, right? And remember, all or most accounting softwares or most ERP system should also have, facilities for this, because a company is always, there's always a succession feature to it. So it's in a foreseeable future, it is still assumed that the company will still be standing, right? So, and the company can change their name or change their location and all. So that's the essence of this company details. So let me just add a PLC to it. Now the telephone here is actually, the contact phone number, which would also, be reached out to when you raise invoices. Let's say you are sending invoices or receipts to your customers, or even you are sending customer statements, and all, right, to your respective contact customers, sending supplier statements. It's the information you have here that will be displayed, right? So don't be surprised. So now, if I now that I'm imputing Droided Consulting PLC, simply means by the time I'm raising my source document, within the system, that's what I would have, as the company name. So I have telephone, then I have fax. If I want to have a mobile, then I have contact name. So I can set it to be Aziz. Then of course the system has, request for your email. So do you want to use this email for communication? What the system is saying is this: because the system has the facility to send out such documents, like when you raise customer receipt within the system, you can, send it via email, just within the system, and it just goes, the customer would receive it, right? So, but when the customer receives such an email, do you want it to be tagged as so do you want it to be tagged as if it's the company that sent it, or you want the system to use a default email address that they've provided? So that's the essence of this checkbox. So if I use this email for communication, rather, it simply means when I send out, any source document within the system, that's what that's the email, the sender email that the recipient gets to see on their mail, right, or from their mail rather. So next we have the postal address. So I would just include our postal address here. So let's say this is Allen Avenue, right? Ikeja, Lagos, Nigeria. Sorry, Lagos, right? Nigeria. So same thing too needs to be done from your end. You just need to impute, your company or your business address, as the case may be. So even if you can't do it now, probably you are joining from your mobile phone. Trust me, you can always, after the session, you can always do that. And whenever you're having any challenges, always feel free to reach out to our WhatsApp number, and we'll be there to guide you. So now I've entered my company information, my name, my address. So don't be surprised whenever I raise a source document or I generate some level of report, this is what I get to see there, right? So I have also additional company information, right? Additional company information, I have company tax number, and that is the thing. So the tax identification number for the company. So it's not compulsory though, but the essence is just that you have the luxury of having it displayed, in your customer or your suppliers, documents, be it invoices and all, right? So if your company has a TIN number, you can have it displayed there. So in my own case, because of the training exercise, I can just include, just 1 to 9. Then, of course, registered name, will still be the company's information. There are some companies in their instance, their registered name is quite different from their business name, right? So let me see, just to be sure I'm reading. Okay, you can see my screen good. So I just want to be sure I'm getting the feedbacks right. So registration number, of course, the CAC registration number, but these informations are still not compulsory, right? They are just voluntary informations, even for yourself. Should you want to give anyone that information, you can easily log in into your accounting or ERP system to get that. So that's just the essence of having this here, right? Tax office, your, let's say, your FIRS office that you do remittances to. If you still want to add it, you can go ahead. Then the city, of course, I just want to put Lagos and have my country to be Nigeria. This is for your own, record, right? So it's not as if anyone is having access to it. It's only for your own record. So then what sort of company? Is it a limited liability company? Is it a PLC? Remember I used PLC, so I will select public limited liability company. They are not, it's not as if, but it's just for your own record. It's not really peculiar like that, right? Then we have customer zone, right? So customer zone, this is one of the, interesting function of the system of Sage Business Cloud Accounting. So because it's a cloud software, right, it allows for customer zone. What do I mean by customer zone? Simply means if I should enable this checkbox saying enable your accounting, customer zone, right? Since it's checked, right, it simply means that I now have a system where I can send a link. I can share. My customers would have their specific portal. So all I just need is just share my customer link with them, right? Or if you by chance send out an invoice or a customer receipt to your customer, and the customer zone link would also be included. So it simply means if Aziz is your customer, right, and Aziz clicks on the customer zone link, simply means Aziz can either see any of these options that you would avail here. Do you want your customers to be able to see invoices and quotes only on their from their customer portal, right? Or you want them to view invoices and account history? So I always prefer invoices and account history, so that even customers themselves can log in can access the software, right? They won't the access they would only be able to have at the end of the day, is just to view their invoices, past invoices. If it has been settled, they can see those invoices they've paid for, those ones that are outstanding, and they can also generate the account history in form of statements. So you don't need to bother yourself. Your customers can just log on to their portal, and they have the necessary information as to the invoices you've raised, the ones they've settled, the one that is outstanding and all. It's just one of those good feature, one of those key points about Sage Business Cloud. So it allows for customer zone. So the essence of the customer zone is that people or customers, right, can log on into the software and see their activities. So we always advise to select invoices and account history. The essence of the account history is for statements. So customers can even generate their statement and know how much they are owing you, and of course, how much it is that they've settled out of their balances. So it's just one of those key features. And when they log on, what company name do you want them to be seeing? Now, I want them to be seeing, Droidedge Consulting PLC, just like that. So it simply means I've activated the customer zone. For any customer that I would share with them their link, right? Simply means they can log on and they can have access to their invoices and past, record. So, but I'll just touch one of those major areas that we needed to know so that I won't bug us with so many information, right? So one of those things that needs to be properly set up to when you are using a software, right? That you need to be sure, as an accountant or as a business person, you need to be sure that, be it your software consultant, or you can actually, go through this process to yourself to be sure that, oh, is my financial year, right, properly set. Now, to some accountants in the house, they understand what I mean by financial year. But for some of us that are not accountants, the question now lies, what is, being tagged as financial year? A financial year, actually determines the reporting period of a company, right? So in my own financial year, I have, this is running from January, 2021 to December 2021 as my first year, right? So it simply means I would only have information within the system that, I can only post informations, right? Be it invoices, be it any transactions, right? For 2021 and 2022, because those are the 2 years I have added here yet. But remember, State Business Cloud Accounting allows for an unlimited accounting period. In that case, also financial year. What do I mean by that? Right? I'm in 2022 now. If I want to create for 2023, let's say we're in December, I can just come here to say add a new line. So it simply means I've created a financial year for 2023, right? So, and you can go on and on and on and on and on. So now for most companies, what they do is once they get to the end of a financial year, let's say we've gotten to December 2023, right? There is need for a super user within the system or the head of account or the IT department to come into the system and create a new financial year for 2024, right? Else, no user would be able to post any transaction and as such generate any report too within the system, right? So remember, Sage Business Cloud Accounting allows for endless financial years, right? So one other thing you need to know about financial year is this: financial years, is being divided, into what we call months or period. So a financial year is further divided into 12 periods. So some companies, this is running from January to December, right? In some companies, it's from February to January. In some companies, it's from March, to February. In some companies, it's starting from May, ending in April. So if it's starting from May 2022, it simply means it will end in April, 2023. But always know that a financial year would comprise of 12 months. It should be complete, a financial year. It should be complete in most cases. So if my financial year, my reporting period is from February to January, right? Simply means I need to now modify this to align to that. But I am, in my own scenario, I'm taking January to December, and I'm only having 2021, 20. So if you as a company or as a business, right? If you have, let's say you have 2019, 2020 added, there is still no problem. You are still good to go, right? But that's what financial years actually mean. So if I want to erase this 2023, I can just click on this delete line. But if I click on save here, the system would allow me save because I do not currently I do not have any activity in 2023. But as a software person, anytime you have a financial year and you have activities posted into it, just know that you cannot delete. The system won't allow you delete. It will tell you there are activities in it already. So that's what a financial year means. So now it seems so just to leave this note, right? Simply means if we want to present our record, as it is now, right? I would only be able to like ascertain, my profit after tax and all those sorts. My reporting date will be 31st of December because that is my year end, right? And it varies, in so many other companies. Okay, so okay, let me still zoom it a bit further. Sorry. Okay, so now we have another great feature here called lockdown date. It is important we know this because being practical out there with softwares, we need to be able to know what the best practice are. Right now we have lockdown date. Lockdown date is just what it means is that for some companies they open and close their periods. I said an accounting period. Now I have 2022. So it simply means I would have 12 periods in 2022. So I will have January, February, March, up to December, right? And some companies they do close, they do open and close their accounts, on a monthly basis. Some companies are posting into July now. They can have a policy to say by 5th of the following month, say by 5th of August, we must have finalized and closed our record for July 2022, right? So what it simply means is that for you to be able to actually activate that, you need to set a lockdown date, right? In some softwares, it allows you close individual, like you have January open, close February. But yeah, if you don't want anyone, let's say I would assume no one should be posting as at June now. So I can just select a lockdown date for end of June, right? I can say okay for 2022, for June, right? We want to lock the period, right? So it simply means I'm setting a lockdown date for June. So no one would be able to post. The system won't allow for transaction within the system prior to this period. But afterwards, let's say for July, the system would allow you, right? But and some companies they close their books on a daily basis for retail stores and all those. Some companies they close their books on a weekly basis. So if you close your books on a daily basis, you just need to set lockdown day. Someone just need to come here, at the end of the business, hour. Just need to come here. The super users just need to come here to set a lockdown date. But know that by standard practice, it is always good. It is always important to close and open your respective accounting period, right? So, and that's what separates those accountants with best practice and those that are still working on becoming improving their practices. Let me just put it like that. And for some of us that are young accountants too, right? So it's just good we know this. So if you find yourself in a company that does not currently do this, you can just advise them, because one of those things it does is it helps to limit errors, right, within the system. So let me uncheck the lockdown date, so that I can have the luxury of posting into any period, as I so wish. So that's on financial year, right? Then we have rounding, right? So rounding simply is just saying that let's say if you do in some decimals and all, you would want the system to round up to maybe to the nearest 100, to the nearest cent and all. But really, once we set what we call regional settings, there's no much to do with rounding, because you want to work to your nearest kobo, if naira is a functional currency. So one of those important things you need to do, right, is regional settings. You need to set regional settings, right? So in regional settings, we have quantity decimal places. Now this is important for those that are dealing with inventory items. So quantities, there are some inventory items that you don't sell, in decimals. For people that sell laptops, there's nothing as you selling 2.5, in terms of quantity, right? So the best you can have is you are selling one piece, two piece, one packet, whatsoever your inventory item is. But in some companies, in some firm, they do in kgs. They measure in kgs. Even when they sell in 1.34. So the decimal place. If I set this to be 0, simply means I'm only dealing with pieces, whole numbers, right? But if in your company you deal with, maybe you issue out, 2.5 kg or something, as in your inventory department, or what you sell, you measure them in kg too. So if it's in two decimal place, let's say it's 1.26. So you set it to 2. So if in some companies they still go as far as 4, right? So you set it to 4. So that's what this is saying. But you need to be sure you set the right thing so that you would limit, the mistakes you might eventually make if there is, any if it even arise, right? So, but in my own case, I'm dealing with whole numbers, so I'll set it to 0. So value decimal place, of course, you want to work to the nearest cover, right? I don't always want to have a scenario where someone will be owing me 2,000, 2,000 naira point 3526. No, 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 no. It should be to the nearest cover, and that is my best practice too. So, but if your organization, activities warrant for 3, 4, and so you can then increase this. But by best practice, it is mostly 2, because you want to work, you know, to your nearest kobo. And some companies, they don't even deal in kobos. They are strictly on old figures. They don't do point some. No, no, no. So, but in this case, I want to assume. I'm assuming I'm dealing with in that. So that's why I'm setting it to 2. So then currency symbol, very, very important. So my currency symbol is naira, right? So I put an hen. So if your currency symbol is USD, you can set it to be a US dollar sign, right? So here I'm setting it to be naira. Then if your currency is in rand, you can further set it to your desired. And this is very good. Say tomorrow, the federal government could come out with a legislation to say we are changing our currency from naira to USD or to pounds. So all we just need to do is just to come here, and update your currency symbol, and you are good. So, but that's just for that, right? So, of course, date formats. Do you want the system to always recognize day, month, year, or year? Whichever works for you. So that is what you get to set. So some are comfortable working with months, day, then year. But for me, I don't know how they do that. But for me, I prefer doing day, month, year, right? So that's for date format. So okay, my screen is not changing. Okay, wow. Is okay, probably that might be your network from your end though, because I think you are the only one having that challenge. Sorry, that's Aisha Yusuf. Okay, but just check your network. So I feel my screen should be changing. So now we have customer and supplier settings. I'll just briefly run into these ones, right? We won't spend much of our time because there's still quite a whole lot that we'll be doing, right? This is just basically on company details. So one of those things, best practice, I'll just look at one of those things that we normally set best practice. We don't want a duplicate supplier invoice number to be used on supplier invoices. Some companies, their activities require such, right? So it happens. But best practice, right? We don't normally allow that. So one, when duplicate customer reference is used, okay, not really display inactive customers for selection and processing. So no, no, no. I don't want the system to display customers that have tagged as inactive. I don't want them to be displayed when I want to do subsequent transactions. I don't want to display inactive supplier too. I don't want to display inactive. Okay, on reports, I can still view them. I want them to be there. I want to use inclusive processing on customer process by default. I would explain what this means, further much later. So use account as default document. No, 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 I don't want that. So item settings, should I want the system to 1 when quantity falls below 0? Okay. I do not allow item quantities to fall below 0. Yes. I don't want negative quantities. There are some firms that does that, but best practice is not always good. You deal with negative quantities because you shouldn't be selling what you don't have. While I understand that some company, because they want to invoice or they want to do 1 or 2 things. But best practice, you can just raise a quote and but we normally do not advise that we customers deal with negative. So you shouldn't be selling when you don't have within the system. So uh, I do not want to allow negative content. So when items cost is 0, yes, I want you to display an active item. No, no, no. On report says other reserve. So these are just some of the features, some of the default settings, right? But display an active item bundle for selection. No. So anything inactive, I don't want to always display them when during selection because it makes the whole thing much more tedious for me. And the system also allows for creation of price list, right? But uh, we won't really take much of our time. But should you want to create multiple prices, the system allows for that. All you just need to do, is to click on the plus button and create, another price. So the essence of the price list is very important, right? For some of us that, let's say, in your line of business, you would always want to separate what a retailer will be paying to that of, an wholesaler, to, corporate customers, private customers, individuals, and all. Let's say you want to differentiate that, and you can also set price list too based on, margins and markup, to your cost. So the system also allows for that. But this is just in case you want to be able to have multiple price list level. So the system allows for that. So you can just create that under the item default setting. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage my screen, right? So, but that's what you have here, right? Under item settings. So outstanding balances, do I want the system to be doing aging based on invoice date or doing aging based on due date? That's also very important. If you want to be running customer statement, bulk customer statement within the system, right? We'll see how important this is by the time we start doing transactions and reports. So now personal information, retention period. So the essence of retention period is, based on your legislation, the system just does it for record purpose. So based on your legislation, how many financial years of data that you would you want, would your tax regulatory agency, want you to keep? In some countries, they'll tell you being 5 years financial records. So, but you can set it to 5, you can set it to 10. So I would choose 10. It's not as if it has a major reason to that. No, but the system just wants to keep, such information for you. So, and it's not saying that once it gets to 10 years, once you have 10 years of data, the system will delete. No, 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 no. You can still create further, financial years within the system. So now I think you don't want to spend much time. So another thing that is very, very important is VAT settings. So the VAT settings, because across board we have three major types. We have invoice based, we have payment based, and we have no VAT. So we in Nigeria, we practice invoice based. Right? Simply means VAT would only be recognized when invoices are being raised. Both customers invoices, both suppliers and suppliers invoices, right? It would only be recognized when invoices are being raised. And in some countries, like the UAE or so, if I'm not mistaken, they do VAT on payment basis. So it is when you receive payment from your customers that you recognize VAT. But remember, in Nigeria, it's not applicable to us. So you can either do with invoice based or no VAT. So if your company runs a VATable, or if they deal with VATable products or services, then you let it to invoice based. But if let's say it's a pharmaceutical company, which by nature they are not expected to have any input or output tax, right? You can set it to no tax, no VAT rather. But in my own case, I want to set it to invoice based, and I can set my VAT number here. Your VAT number once you have registered with your respective once you have registered with FIRS, you should have a VAT number. So I will just set that to be. Then last VAT period date, last VAT submission, then VAT reporting frequency. For us in this legislation, it's a monthly stuff, right? So VAT reporting frequency should be, one. It simply means we file our VAT every month, right? So, but standard rates now we now have what we call VAT type. So when you select that, you are running an invoice-based VAT system, right? Then you now have VAT type. Do you want? Are you having? Do you always want the system to do a standard VAT for you? And if yes, what is the percentage? Currently, it's 7.5. Before it was formerly 5%. Let's say tomorrow the government says, oh, because they want to, generate extra revenue, extra income, they want to set it to 8%. You don't need not to worry. All you just need to do is to just come here, come to your company settings, and just change this to 8%. Right. So a good, accounting software or an ERP system should accommodate this too. And if you want to have a multiple, VAT level system, you are still allowed to add, a fresh line, right? But I would limit myself to my standard is 7.5 because that's what I want to do. Then the last thing I just want to show us here is how do we impute our company logo. So a lot of us, because when you raise customer invoices and you want to send out to your customers, or you want to send information to your suppliers, right? You want the system to have your logo on it. So, and how do you do that? You do that under your company settings. You go to branding, company logo. So here you can choose your file, right? You can choose a file you want to upload here, and there you have it. So let's see, trying to see if I can. Sorry, in as much as I would update it much later. So let me say, let me just select that beautiful cake there. So let me set this to be top left, as the position. Then I want the customers to be able to see it on customer zone, and I want it to show on, my invoices and my statements, so I can preview it to be sure. So this is what it will look like at the end of the day. So this is my logo here because I've set it to display on the left. So I hope we can, see it like this. So that's just a typical example of how to upload your logo within the system. So I haven't done that. All I need to do is to click on save, right? So every other thing you need, so those are just the basic things you needed to do, in your company settings. Remember, this is very, very important before you start, your activities within the system. So I will click on save, right? Then we now move to, the training proper. So company name must not contain double space. So yeah, then click on save now. Right. So let me be sure we are all good. Yeah. So now this now takes us to one of the most important, parts of the training, and which is, we now want to now create what we refer to as our master file, for us to be able to like do transactions and, generate reports. So which is one of the reasons why we are here, right? So now to start with, we'll be starting with our accounts, right? What we tag as general ledger accounts, right? Right. So general ledger account, right? In this case, uh, that's as we fondly refer to is that is the heart of every software. Now, for accountants that are in the house, this is where the training also gets much more important for you, and also for business, students, right? If because it makes no sense for you to say you have attended, an accounting software training, and you can't say, one or two things about, what you call general ledger account or chart of accounts. What is it called? How, does that word, come about? And also you like to know, can you even do, can you chart an account? Do you know what a chart of account means? Can you formulate a chart of account for a company? And you should be able to give, an answer. And this is where that aspect, becomes much more important for us, right? So now let me just run us to, my, not so beautiful, right? But my little slide, right? So because that gives us, so by the time we will now transcend from here to the software itself. Now our accounts, right? The account module, just like I showed us, allows us. This is where we set our chart of account, and a basic introduction into what is so a chart of account, right? Chart of account, general ledger account, it can be used, interchangeably. For some of us that are not accountants, please let's just pay close attention as it might be useful too. So now, what is a general ledger account, right? Now, the general ledger basically is basically referred as to the art of the accounting system, right? And this is because its configuration would always determine how an entity reports, both statutorily and management-wise, right? Now, as a good accountant, you should be able to see when you see a chart of account of a company, you should be able to say, oh, this company is a construction firm. This company is a manufacturing company. This company deals, they are into consulting services, and that is one of those things that separates, these industries and how these, companies are being set up on a typical accounting system, right? And for some of us, what is a chart of account in its name? A chart of account is a listing of, the names of ledger accounts that a company has identified and made available, right, for recording their transactions in its general ledger. So, right? So, general ledger is also being shortened as GL. So, in case I'm using it interchangeably, you get to see where you get to understand that it works the same way, right? Now, a company has the flexibility, right, to tailor its chart of account to best suit its need, just like what I said, right? So now, as a company, right, a ledger account for some of us that are not, accountants. Now, you see, for every activities that a company deal with or that they do, be it expenses they paid for something, even for those ones that has nothing to do with payments like depreciation or say revaluation and impairment and all, right? They translate to, accounting entries. They translate to into the company's financials, right? And by the time you want to record this activity, right, there should be, a ledger account that will be traceable to, or that will be recorded against using a system, right? So let's say, for instance, Aziz, is being given a fund to, let's say, to buy fuel, or let's say for meal, for feeding, right? So in that instance, Aziz, right? Once the money is being spent, on transportation, for instance, so you need to be able to record that you gave Aziz 5,000 naira on transportation. So now, you can now have a ledger account called transportation expense, right? It simply means anything that has to do with transportation, be it you are giving Aziz any money, you are giving other staffs any money, right? It goes, it's been recorded against that transportation expense, right? So let me be sure we all can still hear me properly, as a sense of feedback. One moment, just to be sure we are together. Okay, 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 cool, cool. Thank you. So now let me just go back there. So now that transportation expense and that, that it's a ledger account. So let's say you are making a sale. So that sale, that item or that service you've rendered that is coming to you as a sales or as a revenue should sit into a ledger account too. So which, because at the end of the day, the system deals with ledger accounts. And as accountants and as business students, you should be able to say that even though for some of us that are not accountants, even though we might not be able to say that, okay, this activity should be reporting into transportation because it's not really our field, but it's just for you to know that anything you do. That's why when those in our account department are asking us for one or two questions, they just want to get an insight so that they can keep proper records. So that's just what a ledger account is, by the way. So when we now talk about a chart of account just consists of several ledgers. Your revenue ledgers, transportation expense, meal allowance, all of those things, your liability, those are line by line ledgers. But the chart of account comprises of all these ledger accounts. It's a chart, and a chart that is listing out those accounts. So the general ledger account is very, very important. And there are so many things you need to know, to create in order to be able to create a general ledger account, right? Which will be going into shortly too. So now the ledger account is very, very important, and that is where that before, as an accountant, you need to understand this part, because if you have a ledger account that is supposed to be your revenue ledger and you mapped it to be an expense ledger, then there is problem with your report, right? That's when you get to see that even when the company is making profit, you will be reporting losses, right? So now we have different types of general ledger accounts, right? It can be segmented in so many ways, but the basic ones you need to know that all accounting softwares, I repeat again, all accounting softwares, right, has a ledger account for income statement account and balance sheet accounts, right? Now, there's a typical difference, right, between the two, and that will lead you. Knowing this will lead you to you knowing how best you can chart an account, right? So type of journal ledger, we have income statement, right? The simple thing about income statement account is it would only appear on your income statement report, right? And it's and also the balances in that ledger account does not roll over, right, into a new financial year. So my reporting period is from January to December, right? Let's say 2022. It simply means when I'm starting January 2023 within the system, all my income statement, my sales, my expenses, right? So they are not expected to have balances when you are done your year end, right? When you have rolled over into another year, right? But however, balance sheet accounts, are those accounts that the accumulations rolls over, right? Now, typical example is your asset account. Let's say your bank account. If you have a bank account, you can't say because you are in December 2022, when you now get to January, let's say GT Bank, as the case may be, would write off your balance. It doesn't work like that. It's a continuous stuff, right? That is what makes it a balance sheet account. So your assets, liability, your equity, your and all of those other stuffs, right, are your balance sheet account. And it is, it is very, very good you know this difference. So when you are creating a ledger account, you need to be able to ascertain to say, is this ledger account an income statement ledger or a balance sheet ledger, right? Now, in creating a ledger account, there are so many things that you need to note. Most software works with general ledger code. You need to input the description, and most importantly, too, we have what we call account categories. So, account category, you'll be able to say this ledger account, just like I said earlier. You want to create transportation expense. You need to be sure that that account is mapped as an expense. Imagine you creating that account as an asset, then it simply means your reporting within the system, will be so wrong, right? So now, how do we chart an account? What are the typical examples of chart of account that we have? Because as an accounting graduate, as an accountant and a business person, to an extent, you need to note this, right? Because this is one of the key features that separates who has used an accounting system, before, and who has not, right? So now, this is a typical example of a chart of account. We have here the GL code, general ledger in that case. Then we have the account description. You can see ledger description. Then we have the account category or ledger category, right? And you can see from my segment here, I've been able to differentiate those ones that are balance sheet and those ones that are income statement. Why? Now, most softwares deals with code, account code. Some does not, right? Like Tally softwares and all that. Those ones don't necessarily deal with code, right? Primarily. But the way it works is this: in charting an account or in creating a chart of account, right? You need to like divide your account to balance sheet and income statement. That's the very first thing, right? And once you do that, right, you need to be able to say, okay, based on the codes, in some companies they have their ledger codes length, is 5 digits, some are 4, some are 6. But the more the lengthier your code is, right, then the volume or the maximum, the much volume, you can get from it, right? So now, what do I mean? Now, this is in my example, I'm having 5 digits. So it simply means in my ledger account, I can have 99,999 ledgers. That's what it means, right? Now, out of that 99,999, right, I'm looking at the thousands in this case. So I need to be able to separate to say from 1,000 to say, 3,000, just like what I have here. I would use that to code, for my balance sheet account, right? Then from 4,000 to like 9,000, would be for my income statement. You need to be able to, and some companies treat their income statement account first to say, okay, revenue will be 1,000, will be starting from 1. So it simply means any account, that is starting between 1 to 3, that is starting with from 1 to 3, right? A balance sheet account, no jokes to it, based on my own structure though. So a typical someone else could just resume my position tomorrow and just look to my chart of account, and they have the appropriate access, right? So once they just see, they know that, oh, once they see the code, oh, okay, this code is one, is starting from one, is starting from three. Okay, I know it's a balance sheet account, right? And they know that once it's starting from 4 to like 9,000, it's an income statement account. But that doesn't really mean, right? That doesn't. Okay, let me confirm if my screen is showing. Just one moment, just to be sure. Okay, yes. Okay. So just a moment, just trying to be sure that yes, the downloaded session would be made available as promised, but it's always good because we would like to like hear from you so that because there will still be time for questions, and I would like to like hear from you guys real time, and also just keep please any question you have at all, just keep posting them. Right, my team would always respond to that for those that have responded to via chat, and uh, also I'll be seeing your chat too, just to respond to one or two things. So okay, sorry for that. I just have to be sure that I'm carrying us all us along. So now let me just take it from there again. So now that's you would have that's one of those things. So you need to be able to say that from one number to one number, should serve the purpose for my balance sheet account, and from one number to one number should serve, my income statement purpose, right? So I haven't done that again, right? So you still need to now say that yes, I've ascertained that my income statement would always start from 4,000, right? And my balance sheet would always start from 1,000 to 3,000, right? So for my balance sheet, we still have several categories. We have non-current assets, we have those that are current assets, we have those that are within our current assets, we have those that are receivables, we have those that are cash and cash equivalent, our cash, our bank. But you need to be able to say that, okay, my non-current assets should start from, let's say, 1,000. So even if I have motor vehicle, all of those other ledgers, right? They are starting from 1,000. Then it will now be 1,001, 1,002, 1,003. In some companies, it's in hundreds. In some companies, is in tens. So you can see my own case is in tens. My own case is tens, right? I have motor vehicle cost as 10,000. I have, motor vehicle accumulated depreciation 10,000, 10, right? Then I can have, let's say, machine, let's say plant and machinery rather. I can have that. So if I'm having plant and machinery, that means I would have that to be 10,000, 20, because they should always, be uniform. You cannot have, and maintain. So you should always maintain that 5 digits, as in my own case now, right? So I'm just trying to like paint to us how we can easily chart an account. Then I know that I can still now say that, oh, maybe my receivable or another set of category could now start from another number, right? But it simply means whosoever that wants to create an account tomorrow would come here and say, if so, what they need to ascertain first is what nature of account am I trying to create? Is it a balance sheet? If yes, okay. Is it a non-current asset account? If it is yes, I'll look for the last number. I must have looked through what the sequence is like, right? Then I'll look for, okay, the last one. If this is 10, right? Then the next one should be, 10,020. Be it being a non-current asset. If what I want to create tomorrow is a new cash and cash equivalent, just like I have GT Bank Petty Cash, I have Petty Cash to be 13,010. So, and if I'm creating a peculiar, account for, say, First Bank, then I'll create that to be, 20,000. Then I'll create that to be 13,020. If I have for another, I'll create 13,030. That is how it works. Then let's say it is a trade payable account I want to create. Then, I already have 20,000. So just like that. And let's say it is expenses. So you should always leave a wide range, for your expenses. You can see my own scenario. I left from 6,000 to 9. Obviously, I can't exhaust it, right? In my typical example, right? So, but the essence is that because we tend to have more of expenses in most organizations, So some organizations, even in their transportation, they might want to separate the ledger that reports for admin kind of transportation, the one that reports for, let's say, management kind of transportation, and all those stuffs. So, but those are just that's just the basic thing you just need to know, about how you going about creating ledger accounts. So all systems, the most important thing, the most important aspect in all software, in all accounting system and software, is their chart of accounts. So you need to be sure that your account is well charted, your ledgers are well created and well represented, right? And you should try at all times to make them uniform. That's also another thing, another tip, or another insight that you also need. So yeah, we have some insights there. Yeah, so it will be part of those things we'll be sharing with us, of course. After the training session too, you can always go through this. This is just explaining what I had earlier explained. Yeah, so that's just one of those basic things about a chart of account. So I want to believe, with this little, explanation, you would have understood what is being called, a chart of account, or be it in some cases they call it general ledger, some cases they call it ledger account, and so in some cases they call it accounts, right? But it is the most important. So if you are creating your account, if you've created your account wrongly, then your report will be so wrong. If what you expected, what ought to be your expenses, is being created as your revenue, then your report won't be fine. What it needs to be an asset, if it's being created otherwise, then you are on a wrong note. So it's so that's just one of those things. So if someone is asking you, okay, you said you've used the software before, so what can you tell us about the software? You can always let them know, you've done so many things. You've been able to create accounts, to ascertain if it's a general ledger account or balance sheet account, just like what I've explained, right? And trust me, it doesn't get better than that. So now that now brings me back to, so let me zoom this. That now brings me back to my account, module. So what do I need to do? So my account module, typically takes care of my chart of account in this case. But the only thing you need to note is, unlike other softwares, right? State Business Cloud Accounting doesn't work with codes, right? State Business Cloud Accounting doesn't work with codes. I purposely took us through that stage, of a system having codes, because so that it doesn't get strange when we find ourselves in such situation, right? But say business cloud accounting doesn't work with codes. Some other softwares too doesn't work with codes, typically, right? But say business cloud accounting works with what we call description and categories, right? Now, what we'll be doing in line with our training exercise that we've shared with us, right? There are some activities we have there, right? Which I'll be doing too. Now we'll be creating ledger accounts, right? We'll be creating accounts that are expenses in nature, accounts that are PP, fixed assets in nature, accounts, some other accounts that are other current liabilities, and we have bank accounts too, right? So I will move right to it now, right? But in creating a new record, right, in the system, be it customer, be it suppliers, one of those things I always recommend for users is that always look out for existing records before, because you want to limit duplicate records as much as you can. So before you are tempted to say you want to create a new record, what do? You search. For instance, I want to create borrow expenses. You know, I can just come here to search. Do I have borrow expenses? In the system before, as any of my colleague created it before. That's one of those due diligence you need to note. That will be applicable to you in the corporate world or in the business environment, right? So you need to be sure, because one of those things you don't want to do is to have duplicate records. It can be very, very tedious, even to find out, or even at the point of reconciling them. So please always search. Now you can see, before creating, I searched for borrow. There was nothing like borrow expenses, right? So it simply means I'm good to go, right? So to create, now I could have been tempted to just say add an account, and the system takes me to creating the chart of account screen, right? But I purposely went to list because I said if you want to create a new record within the system, right, the system allows you, to do that from the list, components, of that module. So go to list of items, list of accounts, right? Then the screen shows up. Then from here, you can look through if you have that account created before, or if not, you can choose to create a new account yourself. And all these two have been, well noted or well captured in, the comprehensive manual that has been shared to our respective email. So now, in creating an account, right, we have three, major expenses, you know, assets, all of those, what a typical ledger account is. That's an account, right? But if you want to create an item account in this case is you want to create a ledger account that you would be able to, link, to your to your items. Let's say you want to create a ledger account to always report, your sales, specifically your sales, or let's say your cost of sales at the end of the day, right? And if you want to be able to link it to an item, that is the only time you get to use add an item account, right? But if you want to create, let's say what you want to create is a bank account, is an account that would manage your cash and cash equivalent, right? Be it petty cash, be it any sort, right? You can always use the add bank or cash. But in this case, I want to create a borrow expense. It doesn't have anything to do with item, doesn't have it doesn't have anything to do with, cash, or bank. Is not a cash account. So it's a typical expense ledger. So I will use add an account. So add an account, right? So here we have what are those things that needed to be filled. We have account name. I'll just copy it to make it much more easy and seamless for me. So I can just copy from here and specify. So here we have account name, we have category, we have opening balance, then we have description. But while I create, so we get to see those ones that are important and those ones that are not really important. So ordinarily in some systems, you will be mandated to impute a code, and that is where what I have walked us through will be applicable, right? But in this case, we are not dealing with GL codes, right? So, but we'll be dealing with the account name, and we'll be dealing with the category. So now I want to create borrow expense. And this is one of the reasons why I said, the account, the general ledger account is the heart of the software, right? Any day, anytime. Now I'm creating borrow expense, right? So I have several categories that I can select here, and good enough, right? The system has even highlighted, some of the a little description of what, those categories translate to, right? So if I say it's other income, the system is saying it's income received such as interest and discount, just a little bit of explanation, but I know what I'm creating is expense. So I have several kinds. I have current asset, non-current liability, I have current liability, owner's equity, and also I have sales. But what I'm doing is I'm creating an expense. So to be so wrong of me to have selected sales here, right? So it simply means what's supposed to be reporting as my expense will be reporting, as a revenue, right? And it's so wrong. So you need to ensure your accounts are well charted. So I have selected expenses, right? Then we have opening balance. At this stage, I'm not dealing with opening balance. We'll deal with opening balance, as an activity. Will show us how to capture opening balance within the system, right? But at this level, what I want to do is just to create the account. Then, if you are not so sure about the category, you can open this link in a new tab just to read more, about, because Sage has provided a little bit of snippet, right? Sage has provided a snippet, right, on what this category even means, right, for non-accountants or for some of us that are, that are probably accounting graduates, or we are still finding our feet in the accounting, industry. So now, description. The essence of this description is just to, you want to now properly state, what this ledger account you want to create should always be used for. You are not just doing this for yourself alone, also, but for other users within the system. In some system, it's called notes, right? So you want to be able to say this is used to record, expenses relating to borrow. anything at all. So even if you are accessing the system tomorrow and you are not so sure, you are seeing all expenses, why is this created? If you have imputed a description, it would have helped you in knowing, what the ledger account was even created for in the first place, right? But it's not really compulsory, but it's good if you have it, done. But just note that it's not compulsory, right? So the default VAT type should always be no, majorly no default, right? So now opening balance, I'm not dealing with opening balance. Now my general ledger account is active, right? So the only thing I want to do next is to click on save, and it's as good as that. We are as good as we've created, a ledger account. That is how simple it is, or how easy it is, right? Now, what I needed to do is to click on save and new. So let me check some of the feedbacks. Okay, good. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Please, I'm sure you can still see my screen, right? Okay, cool. So now I have clicked on, if I should click on save, then the system saves and takes me, back to this list screen, right? List of account screen, right? So, but if I click on save and new, it simply means I'm saving that record while the system is opening a fresh window for me to be able to enter a new account, right? So that is just one of those function of those buttons there. So I want to do add an account also. I've created an expense account, right? So I want to create. So I'll just create another expense line. The rest would still be created, but I'll create two expense. I will create two PP, then two banks, and let's just move on so that because of time, we can move ahead real quick. So security of station expenses. That's also another typical expense line. So I just want to select expenses, right? So, and nothing much to do here too. I want to state my description, but because of time, let me not really bother myself too much about that. So then the next thing to do is to click on save and new, because I still want to save other categories of accounts. So I would explain to us why this button is equally important shortly. So I will do save and new, right? So now I want to move back to my exercise sheet. So I have a platform equipment, at cost. So I want to add this to copy this guy, then paste. Then of course, this would no longer be expenses. Rather, this would be non-current assets, right? I'm sure some of us that have accounting background, we understand what it means. So it simply means it's a ledger that we use to record, of course, when we buy, those assets that we use in generating, inflows, in terms of revenue and other benefits within the system. So, but that's just that. Do that again. Click on save and new. Then let me do also for the accumulated depreciation. So the way it works is this, right? Now, for most, when it comes to cost and accumulated depreciation ledgers, we normally create, several ledgers. So when you are recognizing, when you are buying an asset, it goes to the cost ledger. But when you are running depreciation, it doesn't affect the cost ledger again, right? Rather, it goes to your accumulated depreciation and of course your depreciation expense for that specific depreciation charge. So sorry, I'm using a little bit of accounting jargon there, but just bear with me, right? So so this what we created for is for cost. So rather then this would be for accumulated depreciation to recognize depreciation at any point in time. So just like that one too, so it would be categorized as non-current assets. Cool. So now so that in this case the description might be good, because for some of us that are not really uh, you know, uh, soaked in accounting. Let me just put it like that. When you are saying plant and equipment, so for some new intakes, they might be confused. But if you had specified the description for them that this is basically for depreciation, then they would easily get that. So I've done those. So let me just create for bank, right? Because it has. So now for bank, I won't create bank account would not be created like a normal account in this case, as for say business cloud accounting. So you either create the bank account from two options. So is either you create it from the banking module, right, which we'll still be looking into, or you create it from the account module. So to create it from the account module, if I go to list of accounts once more, right, so I can tell the system, add an account. I can tell the system I want to add a bank. I'm not using, an account. I'm not, sorry, I'm not using an ordinary ledger, right? So I'm using a bank instead. So the interface is a bit different. As you can see, this is new bank account. The other one was for new accounts. So this is not just an ordinary account, rather it's a bank account. So now, I want to create for GTB PLC. Now, your bank would be your bank account name. So if it is First Bank, you have it like that. And if you have several GTB, you can say maybe this is GTB current, this is GTB savings. Can name it guaranteed towards bank, in full and all. So, but your bank account name will be your bank name. Then, of course, category. Now, the essence of category is just to say that, do we want to categorize, all our banks? So, and in some cases, yes, we can. So, for instance, I can easily create a category on the fly to just call this, bank. Your category could be current account. Your category could be, bank and cash. Like that, like that. But in this case, I want to use a category for I've created a category for bank and also created a category for cash. So in this case, when I'm creating this, it's a bank, right? Default payment method. So the system already have, some defaults. Like how do you process payments? Is it via cash within this bank that you are creating, or you raise checks, or you do credit card, or you do electronic fund transfer, which is EFT. So the typical bank transfer and all. So I would select EFT. Then I can now specify my bank name. My bank name is now my account name in this case, right? So let's say our account name is, Droidedge Consulting, right? Then account number, we can then specify, our account number, branch name, of course, the description. The description for that, bank account now, to say, okay, this is being used to recognize, transactions within, GT Bank and all sorts, right? So I would select that, right? And of course, I would, just like I said, we'll still go into the aspect of opening balance. So I won't touch anything opening balance here now. So I've created a bank. So the next thing I want to do is to do save and new, right? Then I want to easily create the next one, Zenith. So this is equally bank. This is also EFT. So let me just paste Zenith PLC here to save our time, right? So now I've done that. I want to do save and new, right? I want to go to Sterling Bank too. So the way it works is all the accounts that the company operates or the business operates needs to be, you need to make provision for them, so that activities that reports or that happens within that bank, or within that cash account, as the case may be, would be, documented for report purposes. So because if you do not create a bank like I'm doing now, you won't be able to have bank transactions. And when you don't have bank transactions, you won't be able to do bank reconciliation. So and those are one of the peculiar stuffs about, the accounting functions. You need to be able to understand what a bank reconciliation is. We'll be looking at that, and also look at how best, you can do bank reconciliation within the system and also in line with best practice. So now, but that will still be much later, right? So default payment method, cash in hand, yes, because some of those petty cash and all those, you want to make provision for them, right? So that when I get any money from the cashier or anything, there will be a record for it. So that's the sense of this. So yeah, account number. So account number too might not be something, really big like that. So yeah, I want to do save and new. So typically, I've been able to create, I've created for all my cash and cash equivalents, or, as the case may be, my bank and cash, right? So I've created for expenses, created for PP. Let's say if I had wanted to create for short-term loan, and prepaid rent, I can as well do that. But the only thing that would differ is that if I go to, my list of accounts and I go to add an account, The only thing that will differ is their category, right? So, and lastly, yeah, we have what we call item account. So, just like I said, the purpose of the item account is to say, now, there are some companies depending on their reporting. So, if I'm assuming that maybe I sell phone and laptops, some companies want it to be that whenever sales of phones, is being made, they want, the ledger that transaction, that activity, the ledger that it reports to be a ledger that is specifically for phones. And they want it to be that whenever they sell laptops, they want it to be specifically for laptops. So when they are doing their reporting, you are seeing sales that arise, from phone, differently from the one that arises from, selling of laptops. So that's the essence of creating item account. But if you are in a scenario where you don't really need it, you just want the system to report the sales into the normal, general ledger account, then you don't really need to create a item account. But in this case, because we will be dealing with so many items, we'll be dealing with, say, let's say we have storage services, then let's say we have frozen, activities. So I can create, an account name to say this is sales, that arises from storage services. So I want to be able to link this, right, to just for you to know that's what we call dynamic reporting. That it's very much possible, as an accountant or as an accounting student, right? So this is my report group type will be sales because it's for revenue basically. So I want to do save and new, right? So and I want to create, let's say I want to create a ledger for say cost of sales for uh that won't necessarily have cost of sales at that level though, but let me create for fish and others. So let's say I want to create, because that's what we are assuming our company deals in, our company is into. So let's say fish and others, right? So by the time we do transactions, and so of course the report group type is also sales. So I want to do save and new, right? Because in as much as you are doing a sales account, you should be able to do a cost of sales account for such category too. So that whenever you are mapping your sales, so you want to see what fish as the contribution of fish, to your company's profit, and you want to see the expense, the direct cost that has accrued or that has arose from selling that fish too, so that you can know what the profitability of fish as fish and others, as a segment or as a level of activity within the system. So, but you understand this much more better by the time we get to creating of items, right? But that's a typical way of creating an account. And when you create an account, you can always edit. There are some accounts that are called system accounts. So they don't really have, you can't really do much on them. They comes with the system by default. But there are some accounts like accounting fees, advertising, you can always edit their information or delete in some cases. But note that the system won't allow you delete, a record once it has an activity. If I've posted anything into accounting fees, then I won't be able to delete it. But now that nothing is there and it's currently blank, I'll be able to delete. But now I don't want to make, let's say I'm in a situation where I don't want to make use of accounting fees again. Or I observe I've created it before and I have several duplicate records. Now, the best we can do at that point, right, as best practice, is to make such a record inactive. And how do you do that? Now, when you edit a record, there's an active button here, right? A checkbox. When you check it, simply means that record is active, right? But when you uncheck it, simply means that record is inactive. So the system won't allow for transactions into that ledger, at least for that present moment. And this also works, let's say as an accountant, you are trying to reconcile a ledger, but you want to restrict people from posting into that ledger at that point, because the more they post into that ledger, the more difficult it is for you to reconcile. One of those easiest things you can do is to edit such a ledger or such a record and make such a record inactive for the meantime, right? And if you want to make it active again, you can always come here, edit, and also, just check it to make it active. That's a wonderful hack I just want you to note there. So there are some instances where I have this record, I can't delete it. Why not make it inactive? And it works like that across all the softwares, right? So, but that's just one thing there. So just one moment. Okay, you can't see my system. Oh wow, you can't see my screen. Please confirm if you can see my screen now. Sorry, I'm on list of accounts. Okay, let me see. Sorry about that. Okay, okay. So now, to see all ledgers that you have in the system. Now, these are the current records. First 20 records. You want to move to the next one, you can navigate like this, right? You can see we have computer expenses. You have several categories. You can move and you can always generate report as to a list of your chart of accounts. If I want to generate a report on the list of my chart of account, what it looks like currently, can generate a report for that, right? So if I come to this report saying, on my account report, account listing, it will give me all my chart of accounts, both the balance sheet and the income statement, and specify the categories for me, right? So, but currently the system, if you just want to see the list, so these are the list, and you can further, so this is just how it looks like. And if you want to go to the next screen, you can just do this. But you can easily search using this filter here. So if we want to search for a ledger, you can easily search here, right? So that is how it works, right? So that is the basic thing about a chart of accounts, a general ledger account, okay, and uh, you know, basically about a general ledger account, right? So much of our time I've gone into trying to like explain in detail, but just bear with me as I will be moving a bit faster now. I just want to be sure that we get that part because it's a fundamental aspect, with respect to so. And I equally, you can take it as a task for some of us that are already practicing, right? So you can go to whatsoever software you are using, resume at work on Monday, even try to see some of the chart of accounts, or work with maybe a superior officer just to see how your chart of account looks like, so that you can even learn one or two things and, even try to ask, further questions and just to even learn more about that. But that is one of the take homes that I want you to note from this training, right? About charts of accounts. So now, one of those things that we'll be doing too, basically, right, is to create items, right? From items, we look at creating a suppliers. From suppliers, we look at creating customers. Then when we are done with these records, right, then we can now go into transaction proper, right? So we now go into how when you want to do a typical supplier transaction, how does it work using a software? What's the flow, right? What are those things that is required from you? What are those things you should note, right? And what are those likely reports that you should be keeping up with, right? So that at the end of the day you can know that okay, these are the typical things. When someone is talking about what a PO is, I am not just looking so confused. And what's the basic functionality of a PO document, of a supply invoice? How do we even raise it using a software? We'll be looking at into such activities. But then before we do that, let's even create these records. So in some softwares they are being called master files. In some softwares they are being called data, right? Some softwares they are being called records, right? So let's even look at our item module, because the essence of every business, right, is to make profit. And what do you do in order to make that profit? Is either you are into buying and selling of items, or you are into provision of services. And also in providing that services there will be relevant costs that you'd be incurring, right? But now let's now create those items with respect to those physical items and those service items. So that is what will give us a good leverage. And for some of us that you know, inventory officers, currently, for some of us that that deal with inventory items, this is where that aspect becomes much more important for us. So we are diverting into creation of items. We've looked at creating ledger accounts, creating bank accounts. Now we are moving into creation of items. So to create item, you get to do that in your items module, right? And I said that for you to be able to, you need to first go to your list of items, to even confirm, if the items as is existing before, or not, right? So, but the items in this case, some call it, of course, inventory. So please, I would be interchanging it, inventory items, and I can as well say inventory items. So just bear with, my grammar. So now, on list, you just want to go to items list, then list of items. So you can't call yourself an accountant or you are in a finance department. You need to understand this aspect too, because the thing is, the finance department, gets to be the mother of all other departments. That is because whatsoever individual departments are doing translate into your own financials. Be it inventory, you can't say, oh, I'm not, what's my concern. I'm not an inventory person. Why should? But whatsoever the inventory person is doing, translate into your financials, into your records. So that's why you need to pay much attention at this very point in time. So let me be sure I'm getting the feedback here. Okay. So just to be sure we are on the same page. So now we are on inventory items, right? Now let me refer back to, you know, uh, exercise, training exercise. So we'll be creating, of course, there are two kinds of items we'll be creating. We'll be creating service items and we'll be creating physical items, right? So now, but before you create an item, right? Or typically, in a software, right? We normally have what we call categories or groups, right? The essence of categories or group is we can classify our records. Yes, I want to create an item, but I want to be able to say, if I want to generate a report, be it my sales analysis report, be it my item transactions report or item profitability, or you want to even see those services that your company is rendering that are making those top money for you. So you can categorize them. It makes more sense when you make use of categories. Now I'm going into what we call item categories. That's why I'm trying to explain that to us. So it's always good if you categorize your records. Now the category is actually not compulsory, but it is very, very important and very, very good for your reporting. Right. So in some softwares it's called group, in some softwares it's called categories, but it's always good, when you categorize your records, right? It will help you in so when you want to get insights, you can just a click, you can see how those categories are faring. So you can compare the report of several categories together and say, oh, this range of categories is actually performing well, than, and in items categories in this case can vary, you know based on our own activity. We can even create, let's say we are able to say prawns and, let's say crayfish and all that, right? We can segment them to a category and say maybe some other like ice blocks and all those, it's been segregated into another category. Another form of category for inventory item, right? In this case, could be, you are selling phone and laptops. You need to be able to say these are phones. Even you can further say that, in categorizing, you want to categorize, Samsung phones as Samsung. So if you are creating any item called Samsung, be it A30, S20 Ultra, or what have you, you can always link it to the category called Samsung. So at the end of the day, when you are generating a report, right, you can always generate to say, I won't even want to see how Samsung is performing compared to iPhone. So be it any activities within any activity within that range, would report, much more properly, and it helps you as an accountant, as a finance person, it helps you with your insight, or as an inventory person. But if your items are not well categorized, then it makes it more difficult for you to just get insights, right? But however, note that is not compulsory, right? But it's just that it's always good, based on best practice. So for me, my category, I will just create, let me create, I said I named a ledger, fish, and others the other time. So let me just permit me to just use fish and others. You know, I want to do save and new. Then I want to make use of create another category. So another category I can think of here is storage services. So let me create another category for storage. So any item that has to do with storage services, will be linked to this category, right? So then I have another one for ice block. So I can link ice block to storage services, so which is cool though. So now I've created a category. So now let me now go to items, because it's at the point of me creating item that is when you understand the function of that category, right? So now to create an item, I will go to items list, then list of items, right? Then in my list of items screen, right, I will click on add item. But before you add, always search existing records. That is best practice. Always search, and you need to be sure that you don't have that record before, right? And in creating, so I've clicked on, new item. So in creating a new item, right, there are several things that needs to be considered, right? We have code, we have description, we have all that. Now, for item as a record, right, the system has a code, and what we call an item code, just in line with what I was explaining to us as what we meant by a chart of account. When you want to chart an account, you consider codes there, right? So, but in this case, what we are dealing with is item. And luckily for us, the system has what we call item codes. The essence of that item, just like the way we were assigning codes for those ledger accounts then, that's the same way we will assign codes for these inventory items. So now the codes might be so different. Now, in some cases, let's say we deal with phones now, right? So I have Samsung, I have iPhone. I can say that, oh, my Samsung phones, right, their code should always start with ASAM. So anytime you are seeing any record or any report and you are seeing SAM, then that gives you some first level information to say that this category, this item is actually a Samsung phone, even without you seeing the description. Then let's say you are dealing with iPhone series, or let's say ITEL. ITEL could be ITL. Then for all of those phones that now fall under ITEL could now be ITL 001, ITL 002, for Samsung, SAM 001, sorry, SAM 002, and others, right? But it is always good as a good accountant or as a good business person that you, anything that deals with code, you make sure it's uniform. You make sure you plan it. You don't just come into the system and say, this Samsung is SC001. Then tomorrow you are coming, you want to create another set of Samsung device. Then you are saying this one is ST. No, no, no. It doesn't just work like that. That would be so wrong, or of you to do. So now let me now come back to creating of account, creating my, I have my code now could be based on category, and my code could be based on, any maybe subcategory, as your case may be. Now, there's no one way thing to this, but it's just that whatsoever way that you decided to go with, it is always important you stick with it, right? So in my own case, we have, our item is starting with item 001. We purposely did this like this to start with ITM. But we might as well just say that because it's a service, I don't want to make it SCRV 001 for service, whichever way. Now, to create an item, I will be using the code, because there are some basic things that you need to note. Now, the code, the description, which is also referred to as the item name, is there. Then category. So you will now be asked, it's very, very voluntary though. You now be asked to link the item to the category. So now, because I've created those category, I can select them here, right? But if the category I want to use is not here, the system allows me to do what we call create on the fly. So I can just click on add new category and I can easily create it there, rather than going back to items then going to categories. I hope you get me. So now I'm creating a category. Let me zoom that part for us, right? So for the category, we have storage devices, storage services rather. Then we have item type, very, very important. Now the system allows for two kinds of items. We have the physical item and the service item. Now you can be asked that what's the difference. Now yes, you can just know that okay, it's a physical service, right? But accounting wise, there is huge difference between these two, right? So this is a storage service, and you can see here that it's being categorized as a service item. Now it simply means my item type should be service. Now what are the major differences between these two? Physical items, those are those items we could see, we could touch them, we could count them, in some cases, right? We could count them. So now, when you set your item type to be physical, it simply means the system will track, right, the quantities at every point in time for you. So you want to be able to track how many of these items do you have, what's their quantity at hand, what's their value at hand, right? So for those items that you deal with that are physical in nature, right, so you set them to be physical. But for those that are service, maybe you are a consulting firm, maybe it's a barbing salon that you get to work, those kind of, you cannot count. It's not as if it's a countable kind of service that you render. So in that case, you set it to be service, you set your item type to be service. And this is very, very important. It's important to get this right, right? And that is how it is in most softwares too, right? You need to ascertain when you are creating a record, an item, is it physical, is it service? Whatsoever it is, that is applicable, you get to specify, you know, uh, uh, them from the item type. So what I'm creating is a service. So by me selecting size simply means the system will not track any quantity. So now I'm generating reports like inventory valuation report, items quantity, or I want to do a store count within the system, right? The system would not give you information relating to those items because they are service in nature. You don't buy them and keep them and be sold later. No, 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 no. So, but for those ones that are physical, you would select physical, and it's always important for due diligence that you consider that. And that's one of those things that separates someone who, has operated an accounting system or attended an accounting software training, from others, right? So you can tell. So even when you are asked at office to create, an item, go and create this item, you should be able to ask to say, okay, will it be created as a physical item? Will it be created as a service item? Because that will help you, note how the reporting would be at the end of the day. So this is service. Of course, you see that there is no, I don't need anything, quantity, and I don't need anything, opening cost, of course. But however, the system allows you to specify the selling price when you are creating an item. The essence of a selling price is just to say that, it's just like a price list. If I come to my price list here, remember I created some series of price lists, like two. So I can specify to say, okay, my price list for this default price list is this, right? So if I'm selecting this price list two, I can choose to rename it, of course, for my company settings, right? So, but I can specify my price. And what's the essence of the price list? So that it makes, when you are doing your checkout process, let's say it's a retail firm, so it makes your checkout process much more seamless. So it's always good if you have a standard price list. It's always good to have it set, to your items within the system, because it helps you. So if I know that whenever we are billing any client on storage services, right? Normally storage services is a flat rate of say 200,000 naira, right? I'll just set my selling price to 200,000 naira, right? And you can see we have two kinds of selling price here. We have exclusive and we have inclusive. This will be explained to us much more, better by the time we start doing transactions. And the basic difference is just that when you say something is an exclusive amount, it simply means, right, that VAT, right, has not been, considered. That price is less of VAT, right? That price does not have a VAT element included to it. So we would understand that part much more better by the time we are doing transactions. Then, of course, inclusive simply means, the system, the price you are entering here, right, has elements of VAT in it already. So there are some companies, they do with exclusive prices. So when you enter an exclusive price, the system, a good accounting system, would add its VAT, would automatically calculate its VAT on it, right? And when you are using an inclusive selling price, simply means the system from the back end, would split the normal, revenue item, and split and remove the elements, of VAT from it. But you get to understand that much more better, right, as we proceed. So units, but now I don't want to set, selling price. But if you, in your own case, you can set. So it simply means whenever I want to sell or whenever I want to raise invoices, this is what I get to see. This is what comes by default, right? So instead of repunching the price, the system saves you that stress. Now units. So units, what's unit? What's your unit of measure? So in this case, is a service item. So units might not really, be applicable. You can just call it unit as well. So that when you are billing someone for that you have rendered storage services twice, so you can just say you are raising invoice for 2 units of storage services. So in some cases it might be pieces, in some cases it might be packs, in some cases it might be pack of 6, pack of 12. In some cases, unit might be dozen. So the unit is tagged as unit of measure. So just sorry, a moment while I just sip some water. Okay. Yeah. So just want to be sure we are still on the same page. Okay, we are. Okay. Cool. Now, so that's your unit. Now, I when we were creating accounts, we created item accounts. So now, when we invoice clients, our customers on storage services, what revenue ledger should it report to? And the ledgers you'd only be having access to is those ledger you must have created as account ledger the other time, right? So that was the essence of me creating a ledger for storage services. So it simply means any item that has been tagged as storage services, right? The revenue ledger would always go to that of storage services, right? So, however, if I just leave it to sales, simply means when I'm checking my report, I would only see sales, right? But if I want to split it for my reporting purpose, for my own insight, I can separate it, and that is best practice, right? We normally advise, right? Normally advise that so you can see how your business is performing. That's what makes you know a good, accountant. From the chart of account, you would have known, how good the report will look like. So now this is I've selected sales storage services. Then is this item vatable by default? If it is vatable, I'll select it. If it's not vatable, I'll just set it to be either be zero rate or exempt, right? But I'm leaving it as a vatable item 7.5. If I deal with price lead, fine. I'll specify the selling price, you know, and the system would ascertain what their gross profit percentage is to their cost, at every certain time. So every other tabs would be populated, when you now have activities, these purchase graph, sales graph, those ones when you have activities, when we have transactions, they will be populated, right? But here, what we just need to note is, in creating an item, you know, you should be considerate of it being, is it a physical item, is it a service item, and in some softwares, is it a kit item, right? Is it an assembly item? Is it a finished good? Some softwares some ERP system go as deep as that, where you can specify that this item is a raw material by nature, this item is a finished good by nature, and all those stuffs like that. So I've created that. I just want to do save and new really quick, just to like create two more items. Okay, prawns. So the category, I just want to say fish and others. So in this case, this will now be physical, right? So and then okay, prawns. What else? Okay, I just want to change this event to fish and others. Cost of sales to fish and others. Then do save and new real quick. Do for cookers too. Okay, cookers. Uh, so the category, this belongs to fish and others too. I just want to make sure this is rightly linked. So save and new. Okay, crab. Okay. I'm doing this as fast as I can, so just bear with me. Okay, so crab is done. Sorry, it should be fish and others. Let me zoom in for some of us. Okay, save and new. Then go back one step. This is for catfish. I just want to just take my time to create all of those so that uh, okay, so it's equally physical. So fish and other, fish and other. Okay, so lobsters. So description is lobsters. Okay, fish another. Okay, so save and new. Then we have ice blocks. So in this case, ice blocks, will be linked to storage. But there's something I needed to confirm. I do not have a cost of sales for storage yet, so let me do that. Storage services. Okay, so let me just go back one step. Ice blocks was our company, right? Our training company deals with ice blocks. So the category, of course, is storage services. And because ice block is physical, yes, but the category is because we use it majorly for storage, services, but our ice block is physical. That's where it gets, much more, it's very, very easy to say storage services, let's take it aside. No, 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 no. So ice block will be physical. You want to be able to account for the quantities you are selling, and for the for the quantities you are making as a company. So storage services, sales and cost of sales. Okay, so we are done. Then we want to do save. Okay, I should have included pieces here, but it's still fine. So let's just save. So here now, list of items. So typically my list of items. So I have here list of all the items. So these are the items that our training company deals with, and you can see their category. You can see those ones that are service in nature and those ones that are physical in nature. And one of those things you can easily see is quantity on hand column, right? For a particular line item, which is storage services, is not displaying anything, but others are displaying quantity on hand, right? So, and just like I stated earlier, you can always edit or even delete a record, but deletion of records will not be allowed if you've posted any activities on that record. And that is how it works majorly in almost all softwares, right? So, and let's say you want to do a quick inquiry, right? You can easily just do a quick view, on that item. And if you don't do with it this item again, or you realize that you've created a duplicate item and all sorts, you can just make one of those items inactive by editing it, right? And unchecking the active box. It makes more sense for you like that, right? Because the system won't allow you delete. So the best you can do is to make it inactive. So if I make it inactive and I've set in my company settings that the system should not allow for inactive record when I'm processing. So it simply means I won't bother myself at the point of doing transactions, with all this. So, but let me just make this active again. That's just for our own explanation. So we've been able to like look at creation of items, right? And without taking much of our time because of time, right? We would want to move on, right? Because remember, the essence is to be able to create items, customers, suppliers, ledgers, and we look at how all of these things relate, at the point of doing transactions. Now we have items, right? Then it now makes more sense to now go ahead to create suppliers. Because if we had created suppliers, then we can't even do transactions, right? Because before you would even have suppliers, then there should be items. There should be items you are looking forward to dealing with, as an accounting person who is into software, who is a digital accountant, if I can, put it like that. So, and that's the essence. So that is why we moved from you creating your company, you want to move to your chart of accounts, you want to move to your items, then from your items you are moving to your suppliers, because that is how it should typically be, right? That is the normal flow, right? So now I want to move to my suppliers module, right? So I'm just sure, uh okay, we all are still good. Okay, cool. One moment. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm sure we all are enjoying the session. Trust me, it's actually we just needed to like, give back to the society, looking at how the economy is and all. So normally the training, used to come at a very, very high cost. Because trust me, you can see that, as the training proceeds, you are getting value. Even for some of us that have been practicing before, trust me, we're a team of professionals, and that's what we do, at Droidedge Consulting. So now let's now proceed into suppliers. So who are our suppliers? Now, in some, it can also be interchanged as vendors. So we can hear to say, oh, some are saying, oh, this person is my vendor, oh, this person is my supplier. There's no difference, right? So it's just the terminology for some of us that are not, accountants by practice. So now we want to move to creating our suppliers. But I said something earlier that in creating a record, right, there's always need to categorize. There's always need to categorize, because when you want to generate report, can easily filter by this category, right? So now for suppliers, now I want to, before creating suppliers, I want to create, my suppliers category. And there can be so many categories in this instance. To some company, they have, their normal uh, trade payable, suppliers, which they call trade creditors, right? Some companies, they have some, those that are sundry, so they don't really deal with the major activities. Maybe they just render sundry services, for the company, as a supplier. So now, as a good accountant, you need to be able to have categories. You need to know how much you are owing your sundry, suppliers or sundry vendors. You need to know how much you are, owing those ones that are your trade payable itself, right? And if you don't categorize these guys, there is no way you can get such information, right? You have to, like, be doing so many manual inputs, and trust me, you don't really want to do that. When you are using a software, why should you be doing much of manual records? So now I want to easily create a supplier category, and I'll be creating, typically two kinds of suppliers. So I'll be creating a supplier, called a supplier category. I'll call them, they are my trade creditors, right? So I'll do that. I'll save a new. Then I will do some and just call them sundry creditors. So one of the typical example again is, if we now imagine we are dealing with prawns and all that. Let's say we get even all those prawns from farmers and the likes. So our farmers in that case, would be our trade creditors, because those activities they are rendering for us, or those items they are selling to us, are those items we would eventually resell. you know so all those services is what we would eventually uh, uh, do or provide that would get us some level of revenue. So those ones can easily be classified as trade creditors, right? But those suppliers, let's say they just come in, they provide cleaning services for us, within our company, to make sure everyone can, they provide, electrical services and all those. Those ones could be tagged as sundry, right? Because those activities they are doing are not those activities that we will sell. But in some other instance, to the interpretation could be a bit, different, but come on, that's one of the most basic, explanation you could actually get, right? So, but the essence is just that it is very much, important you classify, right, these records. And when we get to the report aspect, you see how beautiful it is, right, to classify, because trust me, majority of all those your manual work that have been done. And this is what separates, those some of us that are certified, that have been doing this, for years, and to some other, I just laugh when, other people just, I some couple of, clients will just tell me, we have a software vendor now. You just come from Computer Village and install one stage for us, and we'll be using it. I'll just laugh. Yes, they would install applications for you, but would they consider those activities that you do? Would they give you the value? Would you know it's so different. Someone is installing a software is different from someone who has taken his time to be trained, and that is what it does. So that is just for some of us. So I know some of us will boast, oh, we've used software, but come on, if you use softwares that were properly, you know, developed, that were properly set up by professionals. Come on, you can tell the difference. So sorry to digress, but let me go back to my suppliers, right? So now I've created two suppliers categories. So now we now need to create in those suppliers ourselves, right? So and in some instance, because I've seen people do that mistake a lot, right? Those suppliers you'll be creating, if you know that you have a kind of suppliers that you would maybe they render credit related activities to you. What do I mean? Maybe you have a vendor that they do your internet subscription, they can go ahead, do 3 months for you guys, and you guys get to pay them later. You know, you might be interested to have them as suppliers, but as sundry. Why? Because you might need to generate supplier statement to say how much are we owing this person. How much, when did we pay? If you are doing a little bit of reconciling, then you create those ones as suppliers. But if some suppliers are suppliers that are just one-off suppliers, it's not, and they render services, but you pay them, so you don't really need to track how much did I pay, how much am I owing. You might not necessarily need to create those ones as independent suppliers. You can just create a general supplier for them to just cater for such activities, so that you would only have in the system those suppliers that are relevant to you, because it wouldn't make sense to have so many irrelevant records, right? So, and at that, right? So, supplier. So, it's just for us to know those even those people that even qualify. Those suppliers that even qualify to be created as suppliers in the real sense, right? So, and I will just move swiftly to our activity log, so we can see creating suppliers and vendor. So I would create few suppliers here, and again, because of time, we have here supplier name, well specified, category. So because this Greenwell Nigeria Limited is assumed to be our trade creditor, so we buy prawns and all that from them. So right, so the next thing is opening balance. We'll look at that much later. It's an exercise on its own, right? So credit limits. So credit, there are some systems or there are some organizations that are very strict with their credit policies. So if your organization, if you have a credit policy, or to say, oh, any supplier that is trade creditor. So because of our financial policy now, we shouldn't buy anything higher than this amount on credit. It's a kind of financial policy measure. So if your company does that, you can impute the credit limit there. So it simply means when you are raising an invoice, and you don't have enough cash or enough advance with this supplier, the system would warn you. That's the essence of the credit limit. But it makes more sense when we get to the customer's end, and you get it much more better. So you want to keep the supplier's VAT reference, information. You have it here, and the basic, aside from just preparing your financials, the accounting software also serves as a record keeping, software for you. So imagine you want to visit your supplier's address at any phone number, anyways. So it's not. So okay, mobile number, web address, physical address. So it's just like postal address. So I can just tell the system to just copy my copy my physical address from my postal. So I'll just copy from here, all right? And do we have a discount policy? Okay, let me check if my screen is still visible. Oh, sorry. Sorry, please confirm if you can hear and see my screen. So I will just hold on till quite a number of people are able to confirm my screen. Oh, am I not sharing my screen? Oh wow. Why was? Okay. So sorry about that, please. So sorry about that. Okay, but let me just go a step back. So in creating a supplier, the supplier name, the category have been selected. Then the address, I said, is not a must. You complete the whole address. I'm not sure if we can see my. Sorry. Okay, you can't see my screen. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, it's okay now. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. So sorry, please. Okay, cool. Okay, so I was okay. Let me just again take it a step back, right? So I was talking about suppliers name, the category, and all sorts. That now it is very very important or very good even for you, to always update your suppliers information, right? So it's always good you update your suppliers information. Sorry, one moment. Okay, so sorry about that. So to always have an updated supplier information, because you never can tell, you might need it at any point in time. So the working email address, the contact person's phone number, and all sorts, right? So physical address, right? So I said that I haven't entered the postal address. You can tell this, you can install the system to copy, the address you've entered from the postal address, to the physical address. And once you select this, then it copies that, right? So if you have a default discount that you'd like the system to always use in relation to this supplier, you can set it, right? And if you have a default due date of payment, some suppliers, some companies, with their suppliers, they have 30 days, 60 days, you can set it as default, right? So it's just a default. Then VAT type, a default VAT type to say if this supplier, is used to charging us VAT, so you can just set it that their default VAT rate is 7.5. But if you don't deal with VAT, you can just choose no VAT. And if you want the system to ask you at the point of transaction, you can select no default. So sorry, one moment, just to be sure that everything is going fine. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I just want to be sure that everything is fine. Okay, good. So now I haven't done that. So I've entered the info in line with uh, what we have here for this supplier. So the system also have additional contacts. Let's say in your supplier, two or three people, and you want to add their infos, because you never can tell. One or two persons might be, indisposable at any point in time. So even without you being on site, anybody can come into the system to check for additional contacts. So you can add the name, the designation of the person, if it's a salesperson from this supplier company, their phone number, the system has that. Banking details, if you want to keep information as relates to your supplier's banking information, so the account number, the account name, the bank name, and all those stuff can be done, from the banking details tab. And if you want to keep any notes, notes in line with, okay, maybe any notes you're in talks with the supplier, they told you the next time, don't worry, on your next purchase, they will give you so percentage of discount. But you just want to keep that record within the system. That is when notes becomes much more, applicable. So you need to come to notes. You can come to notes. You can edit that supplier record, come to notes, and just come and enter some notes to say, okay, on this also date, you enter the date. On this also date, this supplier said this, so that when next you want to go back, you need to be sure that, oh, they said in our next purchase they give us. But if you have done normal and proper record keeping, trust me, you are good to go to a reasonable extent. So that is just that. So let me just do save and new to just create for a few more. I think I just have three suppliers left to be created. So let me create this to let me purposely create this to be Sunday creditor, right? Just on purpose, right? So, okay, so this is the address. Sorry. So this is the address. Sulere, Sulere, let me just say this is Sulere, Lagos. Okay. So then I can tell this them to just copy from physical address. Then of course I have it's also a manufactured email. So I'll just provide the email there. Then the phone number. Okay. Okay. So the phone number. Okay. So every other information not necessarily relevant. So because of time, let me just do save and new and just do for you know uh the- so let me then this will be trade creditor. This is the address. Sorry, my mouse can be funny. Okay. So
Yeah, hello. Sorry, everyone. Our trainer is trying to join back. Our trainer is trying to join back the class. Once he's able to connect back,
okay.
I guess
Yeah.
is
So sorry about that, please. Network. So yeah, I'm good now. So let me proceed by sharing, my screen to continue from where I stopped. But I just hope you all got at least to the last part of recreating the suppliers. So I just noticed that the class went off. So now, yeah, please confirm if you can see me and hear me as well, please. So let me be sure. Okay, okay, okay. All right, good. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we've created our suppliers. So we started from creating an account, creating an item. We've created suppliers because now it simply means we can easily buy from our suppliers. We can now have enough item to be able to sell. Once we buy, but the chain is still not complete, right? There is need to cater for our customers because those items we've bought, we won't consume it all alone, right? So now that would now lead us to creation of customers, right? So when we are done with creating customers, then we now know that we are done with the part of maintaining records, and we are sure that our records have been well maintained. Then of course transaction proper will now come in, right? And I'm eager to get to that part, right? So but before my ginger takes me to that extent, so let's look at customers, right? Let's look at customers. Of course, we all understand, what the term customers is. But this is one thing about software. In implementing a software, right? Suppliers and customers, you know, uh, what the software consultant might declare as being supplier to you might be a bit different from this analogy, right? But the way most software would work is that, you see, anybody that renders you service, it could be a set of contract staff, drivers, to an extent, it could be like that, you know. But I'm just trying to open your mind because you can be in a scenario where, in some firms, they could create, 12 drivers as suppliers. In some firms, they could create, you know, uh, like that. They could create FIRS as a supplier. They could create. I've seen it happen. So that's why using software or working with the software is not really a one-way approach. All you just need is to understand how the flow is, right? Is to understand how it works. So even if someone is saying, oh, so certain uh, level of people were created on suppliers on their system, then it's no problem. But I just know that once I'm raising supplier invoice, right, that simply means I'm incurring some element of cost. But I just have to say that because you can find yourself in some scenarios where the suppliers might not added in the system might not be as straightforward as those that you buy from alone. It might not be those you buy from alone, right? And it might not just be those that render some set of service for you alone, right? So, but in case you find yourself in such scenario, because it happens like that. So just all you just need to take out, from this training is understanding how the software works. And that is it. So to create customers, of course, we start with creating customers categories because it is very, very, good we do that. Now, let me easily go to, and in this case, of course, your suppliers are those ones you sell and you render services to, right? Uh, be it, so far, once you render, so far you want to recognize revenue because no customer, no revenue, that's the typical software, unless of course you journalize. But no customer, then there's no way you. So customers in this case are those ones you provide, you render services to, and those ones you sell to. They could be your working customer, and they could be your trade debtors. So now in categories, of course, we have trade debtors, you know, and we would have sundry debtors. That same thing works in line with what I explained with respect to suppliers. There are some customers you deal with them majorly, and in this category, for some of us, some of us are in a retail company. Your category could be maybe corporate, so that when you are creating an account for businesses, or for, you can tie them to say these ones are corporate. Some category you can create some categories to just be individual, so that at the end of the day you can see, oh, how much is even the corporate sector, how much are we even getting from them? What is the revenue they are making? What's their contribution to revenue to us? And all of those things. But it is just good to categorize. So, but my own category in this case will be trade creditor, sundry creditor, then maybe working customer. I can just have a category called working customer. So, save this. I've created my category. Then I'll proceed to creating my customer properly. So to create my customer, right? Of course, remember I said before you create any record, always search. But because our screen is blank, let me check to be sure. Okay, cool. So, but because our screen is currently, sorry, we don't have, a list of customers. So we can as well just, we don't need to search. I will just need to create. So, and I will be creating in line with what, we have in our exercise, material. And the exercise material must have been shared with you too. And of course, I'm sure when you check, okay, would also, okay, if you check the handout session, so you'll find it there too, as well as the manual. So now customers, the screen is similar to that of suppliers records, right? It's very, very similar. So it's still the same thing. You are creating customer name, right? Then you are assigning a category, to the customer. Onto this customer is our trade debtor, you know. Then of course we don't want to deal with opening balances now. Credit limit, fantastic. Now we could say that, oh, for any customer that belongs to trade debtor, because of our credit policy, we don't want to run into financial troubles, right? So we want it to be that anything higher than 2 million naira, right, we won't sell to them on credit. If that's a policy, then it simply means you need to have a credit limit of 2 million. Yeah. So it simply means anytime you are dealing, with the transaction, and it's gotten to 2 million, then the system would either not accept or flag, by prompting you. That's the essence of credit limit. So if you are in an organization that you practice such, right, then it's always good you set credit limits so that even you don't need to stress yourself that much, right? So, and you can set this credit limit per customer. So I can set the credit limit for bakers to be 2 million. Then for Aziz, because I know Aziz is just an individual, I might not set more than 100,000, so that, and it's always important as an accountant, you need to put these measures in place, because of your cash flow. Else, you just see that you are making profit, right? But there's no money to show for it. So that is the essence of all some of these policies, and those are ways you yourself can train yourself to become a manager and all of those things. So now That's just curly limit. But I don't want to bug us with too many things also. So let's just, I won't be using curly limit. I won't be using sales rep, but I just want to proceed, strictly to the customer's address and, of course, the customer's email. So that's the customer address. Just copy. Then for, remember I said something at the start of the class that we have what we call customer zone. So the customer zone allows, each customers to log into their portal, right? But for customers to be eligible for customer zone, then simply means they need to have their email, right? They need to have their email, added in the system. So then we have statement distribution, right? Now another thing is this: you can see that there's a check where say invoices can be viewed online. Now the online is being referred to as that customer zone, or in another case you can call it customer portal, right? But we also see how that works too. Now another thing we will see here is statement distribution. Now statement distribution, if this thing is set to email, then it simply means you must provide an email address here, else the system won't allow you to save that record. So if you set it to print an email, also you need to have, so the essence of this statement distribution is just saying that because the system has a functionality, called statement run. So at a certain point, you can do a statement run and the system will run all the customer statement within your system and send it to individual customer emails, right? But so if you say statement distribution for this customer, you want to be able to email this customer from the system and you want to be able at all here, right? Then the best thing to do here is to set it to print. Else, you will have difficulty in saving this customer's record, right? Take that. Always, sorry, note that rather. So now, but this as an email, I can set this to print an email, so I have no issue. I can even leave it at email. But look at what happens if I set it to print and I send it to save, right? The system would warn me that, okay, let's hold on. Okay, let me confirm this again. Okay, because typically, okay, is because, let me set this to email and take off this email rather. That's what I intend to do. So if I save this, the system will flag to say the customer is set up to receive email. So I needed to provide an email. But if there's no email, what should I do? You just need to come to statement distribution and change this to print. So that's just one of those things in case you are practicing on your own and you are stuck at that level. So that will be this for this. So any other additional information can still be kept, personal information, with respect to this customer. But let me just do save and new because of time, right? Because our time is fast spent. So the next is noble dwelling. So I still trade debtor. Let me just copy this address. Cool. Okay. So let me just tell the system to copy from there. Then noble at gmail.com. Sorry. Email. Okay. So save and new. I'm done for that. Phone number, not really. So West Atlantic. So because of time, let me just do number, then address. Let me just do this. Then let me just add their email. Sorry. Okay. So this is done. Then I should have progress and Conco. Let me take this to be sundry, right? So email. Sorry, you just have to just manufacture that because of time. So email, then phone number. So, okay. So that one too is fine, save and then the last one, limited. So let me also save that as, let me save that as working customer. So Adesola Street VI, copy from postal address, an email, phone number. So let me see if, to know if I'm still audible. Yes, you can actually edit a category. Yes, if, okay, email address is wrong. So you can actually edit. So like typically you can edit, this customer information. Even let's say at the point of creating a customer, you don't have much details about their email and all that. It's fine. The system will still allow you. So if you want to edit any record, you just to either click on the record itself or come to actions, then you click on edit. All right. So just like that beautiful question, if we want to edit customer category or any set of category. So if I click undo debtor, right, I'm allowed to, edit, skin, anything or modify anything there. So that's that is allowable. So now that's as that would lead us to, you know, the end of master record creation within the system. Now, so we've looked at so many things. We've looked at item, we've looked at customer, we've looked at accounts. So we want to look at the next thing here. We have opening balances, then we have suppliers transactions. So for opening balances, right, I would quickly run us through that on how to do opening balances, because the essence of that is this. Now, in using an accounting system, there's a chain. You go through the implementation phase, and after it's been done, so your record to be created in the system, then in to an extent, before using the software, right, there will be need to capture or to bring in your opening balances. Now, what do we mean by opening balances, and why is it that they are important? Right now, let's imagine that we've been keeping our records manually. Maybe we have a manual invoice, or we were using QuickBooks and all, right? And we are starting, this is our first time of using Sage, right? There are some things there are some balances that you need to bring into Sage. Now, I just created GT Bank as an account today. It doesn't mean I don't have balances in my GT Bank, bank account, right? And for your software to be able to show, a true picture of what your business, is currently, what your business is currently, what your business currently is. Sorry. So there's need for you to bring in balances, right? So that whatsoever you are having, as maybe when you are generating income statement report or any report in the system will consider, what your customer is owing you, your customers, what they are owing you before you started using Sage. You know, that also the system would want to consider what your bank balances were before you start using an application. So before you use an application, you need to ascertain, do I have balances? Is anybody owing me? Am I owing anybody? Do I have any balances in the bank? And that is what you mean by opening balances. So it is, opening balances is an integral part, a very good part in you using the software. So, and in some softwares, if the management decides that, oh, we don't want to bring in any opening balances in the system, yes, they can do for some categories of ledger, maybe income statement ledgers, expenses, revenue. You might not bring in opening balances, but for balance sheet items, you can't tell me you don't, except you don't have balances in the bank, except your company does not have any building, that they have ownership on, except they don't have company vehicles, company printers, and all. So that is the only time you won't have opening balances. But that is, a simple idea of how opening balances work, right? Now, before we now do transactions, let's bring in opening balances in the system, right? And opening balances, we have two options of doing it. You will notice at the point of creating a record, there's provision for us to do that, right? But we won't we intended not to go that route because the system has, opening balances as a feature, right? Opening balance. So if you go to your company now to do opening balance or to access opening balances, you go to company, right? The company module, then the last list there you have opening balances. So you click on opening balances. Okay, let me be sure my okay, you all so please confirm if you can still see my screen and if you can still, you know, hear me audibly so that we'll be rest assured that we are all carried along. Okay, so let's see. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so now this is our opening balance screen, right? And if nothing, opening balances will be important for balance sheet accounts. And what are those things you need for your opening balances? That is also an important part that we need to note. When we just say opening balances, let's not just get frightened. Opening balances, there are things needed. It's just like, let's say you want to undergo an audit exercise, an external audit exercise, right? There are some things needed, right? And it's just in line with these opening balances we intend to look at now. So opening balances, is can be tagged as closing balances too. It just depends on the period, we are the period and the context at which we are using it. What do I mean by that? Now, if we have, our reporting period, our training reporting period is from January to December, right? So our last financial year end date is 31st December of every year. So the way it works is this. Our closing balance as at 31st of December 2021 would be our opening balance as at 1st of January 2022. So now so that's what I meant by saying opening balances can also be tagged as closing balances depending on the context. So I'll take it again. Your closing balance for your previous financial year end or as at a financial period, right, would form your opening balance for the next financial period or financial year end, right? So, but the only thing will just be that, well, it will be just that rather. It's that opening balances, that opening balance as at 1st of January 2022 would only be applicable for some set of ledgers, basically your balance sheet accounts, right? Now, your income statement account, your profit, all of those things, as at 31st December 2022, your net profit and all would have been written off to your retained earnings, right? So when you are starting 1st of January 2022 and you are checking opening balances within your system, right, you would only be saying, for balance sheet accounts. Income statements, they are only, they've done their part. So closing balance, when you hear closing balance, you hear opening balance. So don't get confused, right? The closing balance of a period, would form the opening of another. That's it. But when you now talk about a financial year end, it's just that those balance sheet accounts, the closing balance of a balance sheet, set of accounts would form the opening balance, in the next financial year end. I hope we got that. Please, if okay, so I need to increase my okay, I'll do that. Just bear with me. So to an extent, I'm trying to just adjust my screen too, so that uh, okay. So that's just how it works. So now we want to do an opening balance. So we understand the context of opening balance. We understand the point at which it is useful. Now, those things that will be needed when you want to do an opening balance is typically, let's say 4, right? Basically, what you need, the fundamental thing that you need is your trial balance. Of course, your trial balance is a ledger summary. Is the balance, your balance summary of all your ledgers, individual chart of accounts that you've created. Then what are their balances? So that's what a balance sheet yeah, sorry, a trial balance is. So, like if you check your exercise document, so we have a typical for our opening balance exercise, a typical, trial balance has been provided, right? And of course, the total debit should always equal the total credit. So these are what we want to do opening balances for, right? So that's so now there are other things you need before you can do an opening balance. Now we have what we call control accounts and we have what we call subsidiary accounts within an accounting system, right? Now, control account simply means there's an account, right? There's a primary account that has several subsidiary, subsidiary records reporting to it. Now, a typical example is, our trade receivable ledger. We can have a ledger account called, account receivable, just like what we have here, account receivable that has a balance of 1,050,000 here. Now, this account receivable is not just mere account receivable. There are some customers that were owing us that must have amounted to this figure, right? Now, that is what will now lead us to, you know, control account schedules. So you need a breakdown. Now, account receivable is 1,050,000, right? It is important, and this is how it works, in the accounting field too. So it is important. So, or better, let me just name those control accounts for us majorly that you would always need a breakdown for. You need a breakdown for your account receivable, or in some cases, trade receivable ledger. You need a breakdown of those customers the individual customers that were owing you that must have amounted to that, right? In for your account payable, because your account payable deals with your suppliers, you would equally need series of suppliers balances that must have amounted to 450,000, right? Same thing with inventory. So inventory also, when you say your total value of inventory is 1 billion naira, so the question is, how do you arrive at such? So there should be individual inventory items to say, okay, coca is, we have those so quantity, at hand at this cost, so there should be a proper breakdown. So aside from having your trial balance, you need to have a breakdown for all of these, control accounts. And these are control accounts. So in most softwares, your control account will be your receivable control, your payable control, you have your inventory control. Then lastly, in some cases you have bank, but normally, in some systems, some systems classify bank, as a control account. But the essence is just that when you have bank, you need to have, of course, the breakdown of individual bank balances. And what I have just highlighted to you are just those typical things. Let's say you want to undergo audit, right? You want to undergo, the normal external audit within your system. So one of those critical things, or the basic thing your auditors will request from you, are those things I've mentioned. Then maybe the other thing they would then need is, activity reports, such that you said this is 800,000. What are those postings that you did? So you need to pull out your ledger and all those stuff. But that's another thing entirely. But it's just for you to understand when someone is talking about opening balances. So you know that when they talk about opening balances activities, what they mean is your TB, your trial balance, which is a summary of all your ledgers, and in line with your respective schedules, right? Schedules that made up what you have in that trial balance. So, having said that, let's now get right at it. Remember, your opening balance would always be as at a certain date, right? And I stated that you see that what we have here is basically balance sheet items. For us to do, an opening balance for 1st of January 2021, the idea, or okay, I want to do 1st of January 2022 in this case. Let me see. Let me look at some of those activities. Okay, cool. But the way it works is this: I will use 2021 based on what we have there, right? So I will process my transactions 2021, right? But the way it works is when you are doing, an opening balance, because I said, right, that it is the closing balance for a previous financial year that would eventually make up an opening balance of. So if you are doing opening balance for 1st of January 2022, right? Typically, when you are creating opening balance in the system, it is best for you to select just the last day before the set opening balance date. What do I mean? If you are doing, opening balance for 1st of January, you know,
2021, like I want to do, then it is safe to say that the balances I want to enter were my balances as at 31st of December 2020. Because the opening balance, remember, the opening balance I want to do is for 1st of January 2021, right? But those were coming as a result of balances as at 31st December 2020. So my opening balance in this case will be dated 31st December 2020. And some questions also could be why. Now the thing is, 1st of January 2021, there are there are possibilities that you will have transactions, for that particular day. You have expenses transaction, you can have sales, you can have all of those things. And by virtue of you posting transactions as at 1st of January 2021, and that was the same date you have used as your opening balance date, then that simply means that the balance, would there will be a change, a shift in those balances because they are new transactions. So it is safe to use 31st December, 2020 being a year or a day before. So when you are treating an opening balance, always set your date to a day before. And if anybody asks you why, just give them these reasons that I've given, because that is best practice. I've seen instances where people will do opening balances that they will tell you, oh, those records are not correct. So now I will just move briefly. Let me do something. Let me open in a new tab, my company say, let me just create a financial year for 2020 so that what I'm saying would make, more actual sense. So let me just come here and just create for, okay, let me set my first year to be 2020, then this is, okay, so 2021, 2021 to 2021, then 2022 to 2022. So I just went back to create, a financial year for 2020. So I want to save and go back to my opening balance screen. Okay. So it simply means here now, right? Now I'm at my opening balance screen. So what I want to do is to change dates, right? So you need to be very careful, right, of your opening balance dates, right? Okay, so you need to be very careful of your opening balance date, right? We'll soon, the session will soon be over, for today. So let's just bear with us that we're not having. I can see some people are requesting for break, but you just want to let's just maximize the best of time that we have. So now we'll soon be through though. So opening balances, right? So you need to be careful of your opening balance date. Right now, I want to change my opening balance date. Right, I will click on change date. So I needed to set my opening balance date. Remember, I said it will be 31st of December, right, 2020. So let me just type it in 31 12 2020. So that even if I have transactions, as at 1st of January 2021, my opening balance still remains my opening balances. So I've said that. Then the next thing is to now work in line with my TB, right? To say, okay, this ledger account, what is this one's balance? To just look to and input the balance. You see, we have debit, we have credit. And also, in line with what you have here, sorry, I'm trying to partition my screen now. In line with what you have here, sorry. So you can see we have our debit and our credit listed also. So what we just need to do is I need to look out for the first ledger, plant and equipment. I can find here to say plant. So this is plant and equipment. At cost is 800,000. I would come here, specify, is it a debit, is it a credit? Whichever that it is, I will specify. So these are debits, these are credits, right? So now accumulated depreciation is 200,000. So I'll come here. This is the accumulated depreciation. So we have leasehold. So unfortunately, it's not been created, but so we can just go ahead. I will come back to update it, right? So we have retained earnings 950. So retained earnings, just search for retained earnings. 950. So we can just take retained earnings to be owner's contribution though. No, let it be under retained earnings, sorry. Okay, then we have account receivable. Now 1,050,000. So remember I said something about account receivable, that you don't just impute, your receivable balance, your amount, at the face of the ledger. You need to provide a schedule, and that is where you need to click on add customer. Now when you add customer, when you click on add customer, the system will list out, all your customers for you. So you need to spell out your account receivable, right? And you can see that there's a thumbs down. A thumbs down is simply saying your individual customers' balances have not amounted, to this value. So how do you now correct this? Because in most cases, or by best practice, this should be a thumbs up, right? So what I would do is this. We have opening balances created for those customers already. So I just need to go to individual customers opening balances. This is here they are. So Bakers is 200,000 at this date. So I will just locate Bakers. So input my opening balance to be 200,000. I move to the next one. Noble Drilling 100,000. So I move to the next one. West Atlantic 100,000. Okay. Oh, sorry. Should be 100,000. This should be 200,000. Okay. So then Progress Limited 500,000. Progress Limited, here it is, 500,000. Then we have Conco Limited 150,000. So Conco Limited 150,000. Okay, there you have it. So you can see we have a thumbs up, right? Simply because our respective individual breakdown, individual schedule, are tallied with, our ledger, what we have on the TV. So I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it didn't tally, right? Then that poses, a little bit of issue. So you now need to look at, doing some basic adjustments. You can't see my screen. Okay, please, can I, just to be sure, is anyone having that same challenge? Can we all see my screen before I proceed? So I'll be waiting for our response. So let's see. Okay, quite a number of people can see my screen. Okay, good. So please, for some of us that are having that challenge, let's check our network. I need to reconnect, right? Yeah. So haven't done that then. So we've entered our opening balance, then we click on save. Okay, we've done opening balance, for our individual customers, breakdown. You can see now our trade receivable has now amounted to what we wanted it to be, from the TB provided here, right? So we do again for our payable, right? And we do same thing for our inventory, right? So just to go ahead, or yeah, so payable up to save us time, right? So if you want to do for payable, it's still the same way of adding suppliers, right? We'll click on add suppliers. It's the same way I've done for customers, but let me quickly do for items so we can move to, to a reasonable extent, we can move to transactions. And because this will still be completed, much later, right? So because it's the opening balance is always a series of activities, you checking individual ledger, putting the figure. So just to save us time, right? I would do, let me do for bank, right? And I would do for inventory item, and that's then we can move on to revisit it, much later. So for bank, GT Bank, 750. Sorry, Zenith. This should be Zenith. 750. BTB is 510. So our translation to this is saying that this is, our bank balances as at that 31st of December, right? 2020, so 50,000 cash at hand. Okay, so we've done that. Then let me go to inventory. I said inventory is a control account too. So now let's go to inventory items, opening balances. Sorry. Okay, so these are the opening balances of inventory items. So the inventory items have been listed. So let me zoom it a bit for some of us. Right. Uh, let me see. Okay, cool. Okay. So catfish. Okay. So let's me say. So for prawns, we have 10 quantities at 4,000. So for inventory, inventory will be dealing with cost and of course quantity. So for prawns, we have the opening balance quantity is 10, at 4,000, right? For prawns. So for coca, we have 20 at 5,000, right? So coca, we have 20 quantities, right? Sorry, this should be 5,000 and this should be 20 quantities. So for crabs, we have 10 quantities at this. Okay. For catfish, we have 20 at 10. As at, so that's our stock count, right? As at opening quantity and 20 at 1,000. Sorry. No, sorry. That's 20. That's the correct. So for lobsters, we have 20 at 2,000, 20 at 2,000. So I'm trying to fill the opening cost column and opening quantity column. So those are what I'm trying to fill. So for ice block, we have 15 at 7,000, right? So opening cost is 7,000 and opening quantity is 15. So there's no opening, there shouldn't be VAT for opening balances, right? So we just set all these VAT purchase to no VAT, right? So now we are done. Then we'll click on save. There's a difference between do you wish to continue. So let me see. Okay, I'm supposed to enter the TB balance. So 336,500. So correct. So if you are doing this on your own or you are practicing and this too doesn't give you the same figure, what you have on your TB and what you have, as your individual inventory opening balances, then there's something you might not be doing right. Possibly you are not considering, you might have interchanged the opening cost, with the opening quantity. So you need to be very, very careful at the point of doing that. So once you do this, then I'll click on save, right? So I've been able to take care of these opening balances. Now, because there are some ledgers that we've not done, right? Our opening balances is not agreeing, right? But we'll do that, very much after today's session. I'll just try to just sort all of those. It's just some GL accounts, that I needed to do prepaid rent, short-term loan, and I think that's just all uh, with leasehold. So and share capital, but because of I can easily fix it the share capital, share capital, equity. Okay, so that's equity. So owner's contribution, let's have it as this. So 1.5 billion. So, but we can always, update. Your total does not match. Yes, I want to continue. So, what we've done is we've imputed our opening balance, right? And the essence is that we can now do transactions within the system, right? And some of our dashboard, would now be making a little bit of sense because of some of the records that we've imputed. However, one of those things we want to easily go to be sure that we maximize what we set out to achieve today is processing what we call suppliers transactions. Now, we've created all these records. For what purpose? Of course, to be able to create transactions, right? And you needed to be able to buy, you know, before you'll be able to sell. Let me just put it like that. Let me be sure that my okay, I think I'm good, right? So please confirm if my screen and I'm audible enough. Okay, so I will be waiting for. Okay, let me see, getting some response. Okay, we are good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we now want to deal with suppliers. So this is where, for some of us, that are accountants, and also for some of us, that are business students. This is, and for some of us that are accounting graduates too. So this is one of those things that we really need to know, because there's a way it works, right? Within the system, using a system, there are ways you process suppliers transactions. There are some dynamics that can always help you so that it makes your report come out fine at the end of the day, right? And the process we'll be looking into is a procurement to payment process. How do we even start the whole procurement thing? How do we go about it using a software? And what is is needs to be noted. Those are what we want to look into now. So we are looking into suppliers transactions, and we'll be doing bulk of that from the suppliers module itself, right? But remember one thing again, right? You can only do transactions on suppliers you must have created. So softwares are not rocket sciences, right? So I find it very, very funny when users would say, "Oh, I wanted to do an invoice, or I want to raise a PO, but the supplier is not showing. The supplier is not just Then one of the fundamental questions I do ask them is, "Have you created a supplier before?" So these are things you need to just look out for, right? So, sorry. So you need to it's those suppliers that you've created that you'll be able to do transactions on them. So now, going to the suppliers module transactions, then we have series of transactions at stake. We have purchase orders, we have invoices, we have suppliers returns, we have payments, we have allocate payment, and we have supply adjustments. So at what stage do we need all these, right? So we'll be starting with the purchase order, right? So we'll be raising, let's say, like one purchase order or two purchase orders, basically one because of time, right? But the idea is just for us to know how this really works, right? So now, what is a purchase order, right? Why do we need to raise purchase order? So a purchase order, right, is just it's an authority document. Let me just state it like that. When you want to procure from a supplier, right? So you need to have acquired from the supplier. Do you have this product, right? How much is it? Will it go for? How much are you guys supplying us this time around? So as an accountant, or for anyone that is applicable to do that, should have inquired. And if you've come to a middle ground to say, oh, you've agreed on the price, they've sent you a quote, so you must have received a quote from those suppliers, right? Quoting for the amount they want to charge for their items or their service. Now, you then you in turn need to raise a purchase order from your own environment, from your own system, to be sent to them. So it is this purchase order that is serving as an instruction document, right? Stating that, oh, please deliver this based on whatsoever you have agreed and whatsoever terms that you've agreed on. But note this: when raising a purchase order, right, nothing really happens within the system. When I mean nothing, it doesn't have any financial, implication. right? So if you raise a purchase order, you can raise as many purchase orders as you want within the system. It doesn't affect your inventory and doesn't affect your supplier's balance, right? So now I want to raise a purchase order. So I'm assuming there is need for our suppliers to supply us 1 or 2 items, right? So I will click on add purchase order, right? And you know, this is, let me scroll out a bit. So this is how our purchase order screen looks like. Not our purchase order printout, but our purchase order entry screen, right? So here, you can see that the screen is divided into 2 parts. We have the header part, which is from here, to this point. Then we have the detail part, right? Detailing our line by line, all what we intend to procure. But the very first thing to do is to, treat the header part by saying which supplier are we sending this purchase order to, right? Which supplier is meant to deliver this service, to us. And to help us with that, we have, our reference manual, sorry, our exercise rather. So our exercise, already outline, 1 or 2, transactions to be carried out by us. So, and we can see transactions for the month of January 2021 are as follows. Now, as at a certain date, so we bought so items from going well, and we bought from going well, we bought prawns, we bought coca, we bought prawns and coca, right? But the system allows you, rather than going to a purchase order, to just do a supplier's invoice directly. you know it's the system allows you to do that. The system also allows you to start from purchase order. But a typical, a good process should have started from purchase order. So the purchase order, because you must have sent a purchase order to a supplier before they supply. And even in some instance, maybe because of the urgency, fine, you might not raise any purchase order and all. But in using a system, it's always good to even start from purchase order. You know why? Because it will help you to minimize errors. Now, before going ahead to invoice, even though my company does not do purchase order direct, I can start the process from purchase order, so that even if there's any error, it is always very easy to modify a purchase order, rather than when you have done an invoice. So in this case, I will just come back here real quick. So 2nd of January 2021, I want to raise a purchase order, right? So I just want to copy this across. I will raise just one purchase order, right, for the essence of this class. So our supplier is going well, Nigeria Limited, right? And the purchase order document number is PO001, which is okay. So our date, as at what date, was this purchase order raised? And this is very, very important, because there are some companies, they have policies as to, the purchase order duration. So I would impute a date, then of course the moment I select the supplier here. So let me zoom my screen a bit. The moment I select the supplier here, the information as regards the address and contact details must have been populated. And if there's any credit limit, the system would, display it here, with respect to that supplier. So the next thing I want to do is I want to select those items or service that I want this supplier to render. And that is at the detail level of it, right? If I want the supplier, so you can use one purchase order, for, let's say we want this supplier to avail us 6 different items. So rather than raising a different purchase order for each item line, you can use just one purchase order, detailing the 6, items, or the six services, depending on how. Okay, let me check my question. Okay, screen is frozen. Okay, please confirm if you can hear me and see my screen. I just want to show. I want to be sure we are, we are carrying. We are being carried along, to a reasonable extent. Okay, thank you so much. I can see the confirmation. Okay, so now for the purchase order, it's been referenced that we want to send prawns 10 units at the rate of 5,000 naira, right? So prawns 10 units. So I need to just come here, select that we are going for prawn. How many? 10. Then at the rate of what? 5,000. right? So is there VAT, right, on it? Will there be VAT on it? So because if we are a vatable, if we are a vatable company, right? So there is need to specify that there is VAT, right? But you can see that here the exclusive price I'm mentioning is the price I'm mentioning here is an exclusive price. It simply means I want the system to still calculate VAT on that amount. But if this is the total amount we intend to buy, right, from that supplier at the end of the day, right, and we want the system to have treated VAT from it, then we need to like toggle by clicking this checkbox saying use inclusive amount. So if I select inclusive amount here, right, whatsoever I have here, right, would have been converted. So exclusive amount simply means the system will still do some elements, the system will still calculate VAT, on it. And you can see the exclusive amount is 50,000 and there's a VAT of 3,750, right? So because we are a vatable company, and you can always, for some of us, you can always still read about VAT, just to really understand how VAT works. I would have loved to go much more deeper, but of course, time. So, Coca, we have 50 quantities at 7,000, right? So, Coca, right, 50 quantities at 7,000. So I'm using exclusive amount. It simply means system will still calculate the VAT for me on it. So VAT is value added tax, right? And statutorily is 7.5% in Nigeria as we speak. So now I've done that. There's no discount. So our manual did not, our worksheet or workbook rather did not refer us to any discount. So I'll just leave it at that. So is this 2 lines? So we can have several. So we can have more than 3 lines. So the moment you are filling the next line, right, the system will create a new vacant line for you. So you can have endless on the endless items on a PO, right? So now I've done the needful. You need to confirm again before you process, right? Or before you save the document, you need to confirm, is my supplier correct? Is my date right? My items, the quantity I've specified, are they correct? Because that is the way to go, right? For you as an accounting student, as an accounting professional, and as a business, student, as the case may be. So now we are done with this. If I want the system to go along with any message, message in this case could be maybe payment terms or anything that I want associated with this PO I'm sending out. I can specify it in this message here, right? But if I don't have, in this case, I don't have any, I just want to confirm if the cost here is correct. So it's correct. And I just want to do save and new. So if I want to just save it, I'll do save. If I do save and new, right, what the system does is to save it and open a new, PO screen for me. If I do print preview simply means I want to be able to print it out. But even if you close this screen, you are still, the system still allows you to still further print it out at any point in time. You can still reprint and do all sorts. Then if you click on email, right, the system will take you to the emailing screen where you can send this via email directly to your supplier. So, but we will do print review so that we just see how our purchase order currently looks like. And this can always be customized, by the consultant, the professionals. They can customize this purchase order to suit what you want, right? But this is the default. So it's a purchase order. You can see all the relevant documents, the address, the VAT number, the supplier details, the details of the items you want delivered, and if there's any statement that the system would have displayed it here. And of course, you can see the total right here, the total amount, the VAT amount, and the total, including VAT. So here you can always save it as PDF. You can export it as an Excel file. You can export it as a JPEG, and you can, send to your printer directly from here. So, and if it is more than one page, of course, the system is just showing page 1 now. If it is more than one page, you have access to that. So, but that is how you get to raise a purchase order. But now what we have raised has not affected our item or anything at all. Has not, the system has not even considered that we are owing. So even if we do thousands or endless purchase order. In a good system, purchase orders will not amount to financial burden or implication. Right? So this would only amount to financial implication when the purchase order is now being converted to an invoice. Right? So at what point do you now do invoice? The invoice will be done when the supplier must have delivered partially or fully, what it is we wanted, from them, or we must have sent purchase order for. Right? So now, which will now take us to another flow. Right? We've done the PO. Let's now do the invoice, because we want to now assume that as we speak, right, the supplier in question has delivered their part. And when they have delivered their part, then it is normal for you to go into the system and do a purchase order. Right? So cool. Thank you. So now how do you now do a supplier invoice? So you can do a supplier invoice, you can convert a purchase order to an invoice. So it is way easy. Or you can even start the whole process from invoice directly, just like I said earlier. But what we want to do to make it much more faster for us is we'll be converting a supplier purchase order to an invoice. All right. So to do that, I just want to come here, all right, my supplier invoice screen, select my supplier, Going Well Nigeria Limited, that same supplier, right? So here, supplier invoice number. So we can set this to be automated and the system will do the needful. Now, from purchase order, if you want to link this supplier invoice to a purchase order, we can see that the detail is currently blank, right? So if we click from this drop down, and we can now select the list of purchase order that is yet to be honored, will be listed. So the system is saying that I'm trying to link, a purchase order to a supplier invoice, right? Should it continue, then okay. So the moment you do that, the system will list out all those items you have, on uh, all those items you have on that purchase order. And mind you, let's say the supplier has done a partial delivery before now. So what you will be having displayed is just those outstanding items that the supplier is here to deliver. So that is how it works basically, right? So now another important thing is the date, because the date you are selecting here is the date the system would commit those items to your stock, and is the date the system would commit to say that you are, by virtue of you doing a supplier invoice, you are owing the supplier, because that is how it works. So you don't owe a supplier within an accounting system until you raise an invoice. So now, going back to our going back to this is saying we should select 2nd of January 2021. So I just want to get at it by going to January, right? Double clicking, then saying, oh, 2nd of January 2021. Then my due date, is simply saying, when will this invoice be due for payment? If it is 60 days, then you need to take this to be 60 days time, right? So is there any discount? No. It's still the same thing. So now let's say the supplier has delivered for you partially. Now we sent them a PO to give us 10 pounds, and 50 cookouts. But it's very possible that out of that 10, they will supply 5 first or 7. But that's what we tag as partial delivery. If they've done a partial delivery, right, you can now specify on the invoice. You are not invoicing everything. You would only invoice those items that has been delivered, because your liability should should arise as at when the supplier must have done, their part of the obligation. So okay, but in this case, we are not assuming a partial delivery, right? So what we just want to do is to consider the whole 10 and the whole 50, and we are sure that our date is correct, right? So is to, of course, print review. So any action button you enter below, be it save and new, it simply means you've posted, right? You've posted that document. So if you are not sure of the document you want to post, it's very, very easy to just leave it, until you have, a very accurate information. So there are some systems it is very, very difficult, to reverse. Like there are some systems that are the big ERP systems. So one of those things you want to do is to be sure, even though you want to make errors, let it be minimal. And that is what makes you a good, system person, a good digital person. So now, this is our supplier invoice screen. So we've been able to do the supplier invoice. Now that supplier invoice would have translated to say that we are, by virtue of that, we are owing the supplier already, right? And we can know from our report, we can know from our suppliers overview, right? If you go and generate our suppliers, if I come to Greenwell now to say quick view, I want to do an inquiry on Greenwell, right? You see that my balance with Greenwell is 430,000, right? By virtue of that transaction I just posted, recent transactions, so purchase history. So you can see that the dashboard is now making much more sense. Unpaid invoice, because I'm here to pay. This is the whole amount I'm owing. All transactions. So there are several, that the system. So by virtue of that supplier invoice, that is what it does. And if I go and check my item, because I've posted supplier invoice, simply means I would have those items on hand, right? So that's a typical way of doing suppliers invoice, right? Now, there are also other things, because we cannot write off the fact that a supplier could have delivered an item and some of them will be in bad condition. So when such arise, there's a document you need to raise, right? In some systems, they call it return to supplier. In some system, it's called supplier returns. In some system, it's called supplier credit notes. You understand? The essence is that you want to be able to return these items. You've returned them physically. You need to also recognize them within the system. You don't just sit on it and say, "Oh, since you've done it, in physical, right? There's no need." No, no, no. Every activity you do, you need to translate and cater for it within your system. So that will lead us to a document called suppliers returns. And this suppliers returns would only be applicable, in two scenarios, right? So number one scenario is when some of those items that were supplied by the supplier, are in bad condition. And another scenario would be that in some systems don't allow for editing. Once you post an invoice, you've posted it. It doesn't allow you edit its information again. Now, to be able to reverse, and it's possible, let's say we do not intend to raise an invoice with respect to Greenwell, right? The invoice is meant for another supplier entirely, but we've posted it, right? Let's now say that we want to be able to reverse such a document, right? To be able to reverse an invoice, you need to raise what we call a supplier's return within the system, or in some cases, return to supplier. That is the only reversal document for supplier invoice. So you need to note that, right? Say when you raise a supplier invoice and you want to reverse it, what do you do? How do you go about it? It's very simple. If the system does not allow for editing of transactions, which most system doesn't, right? Most ERP system, big systems do not, right? Then it's always good to raise a reversal document, and that's one key area I want us to note there. So in this case, we are also assuming that we are returning items to our suppliers. So let's see. Okay, okay. So it's our customers that returned, right? So cool, we don't really have any return here. But should in case you want to do a suppliers, it's very simple. The same way suppliers transaction, supplier returns, just click on add supplier return. Then you can also link that suppliers. You can also link a return to a particular invoice that must have been processed earlier to help you either correct, to help you return within the system, or to help you reverse in entirety the document, right? So that's one of the things. So if I select the invoice normally, and you need to be sure of the date. If you are reversing a supplier invoice, then it is the best thing to do is to make sure that your reversal document is having the same date as the invoice. That's based on best practice, right? You don't want to reverse a transaction as at 1st of July, and you are now selecting 30th of July, or you are selecting another month. That's not a good reversal system, right? But it will be different if what you are processing is a typical item return. So it's possible the supplier provided the item on the first, and as at on the 30th, that was when you notice that some items are bad. So of course, that could still remain as 30th. But if it is complete reversal, then it is the best approach is to have it, you know, as the same date as the invoice date. Is to have the date, the supplier returns date, the same as that of the invoice. So, but just in case, right, we won't do a return because document here is not stating that we do a return. But should in case you want to return, if you want to return, you need to just specify the correct, the exact quantity you are returning to the supplier. Right? Say we are returning 2, just specify 2. If this is 3, just specify 3, and the system will just take care of that part. Right? And if what you are doing is a total reversal of an invoice, then you leave the quantity to still be the same as the invoice. So that is how it works. So then when you are done, right, you just need to come save and new and print preview. So that is how this too works, right? That is how it works. So that's the major thing about supplier returns. So then maybe the final thing I will just show us here is supplier payment. Then of course we can, and after that session, then we can now call it a day, because we, so that we can have enough time to prepare for tomorrow. Even for you guys, you can always go through your system, try to practice 1 or 2 things, with respect to this. You understand, and if you're having any challenge, please always feel free to reach out to us. Now, lastly, supplier payment. Supplier, now we've recognized suppliers' invoices, as it relates to a supplier. Now, in a typical business environment, there is need to make payments, to record payments. Uh, okay, sorry. So this is the last thing. Sorry, this is the last thing I'll talk about. Then we'll call it a day. So now for suppliers payment, there's a need, to recognize, to when you make payment to your suppliers, you want to recognize it in the system, right? So our system is saying we are owing, our suppliers with a particular supplier 430,000, right? So, but we want to pay, right? So here now we have from our activity, it states that we made a certain payment. So let's just, I just want to be sure I'm working. Okay. So going well, we paid going well via Zenith Bank 450. That's the only thing I'll do then. We'll just, call it a day. I just have to also move so fast, because of our time, right? So we click on add supplier payments, right? Because I want to assume, as at 12th of January, we paid them 450,000. So I would come here. This is the typical supplier payment screen, right? And this would only be done when a payment is being made to a supplier, right? Payment amount 450,000, right? So reference, there would always be a reference for payment. So reference could be anything. Bank account, which bank or cash are you paying from? So we are paying from Zenith, as specified. But remember, you would only be seeing those records you've created earlier, as with respect to this, right? So now description. Description, just say payment. So description is supposed to be detailed, so that when you are reconciling your books, what the payment was for. So, but let me just use payment to Greenwell. Sorry. Oh. So description is just like comment. So the date is very, very important. This date should be the date the supplier is receiving that payment. So that by the time we want to reconcile Zenith PLC, we'll be sure that yes, the date is very much, when we are checking your bank statement too, be sure that yes, the date actually aligns. So it's not just any date. It's not the date you are raising the thing from the system. It's the date you are actually paying, or you must have paid your supplier. So payment method, let me just select electronic fund transfer. And the system here, of course, allows you allocate. So I can say that this 450,000 is, I can specify the invoice that 450,000 is meant for. There are reasons for that too, but as we progress with the class, you note the reasons why we get to allocate invoices. So I can choose to allocate to this guy. The essence of allocating invoices is that so that I can know those invoices that has been settled and those ones that are outstanding, mainly looking at them. All right. So I want to allocate this 450,000 to this invoice. But good enough that this invoice, the amount is 430,000. But because probably I have not done the customer balance part, basically. But the essence is that out of this 450,000, I'm allocating 430,000 to this invoice, and that's the basic thing. Then I just want to click on process. So when I click on process or process and print, so I can then print, a record that I can document, or basically I can also choose to email, right? And if I should click on open, this is how the payment uh, screen looks like, stating, and this can be printed and filed to send to the supplier that, oh, we made this payment, kindly confirm. But so we've looked at the process from procurement to pay. We've looked at PO, when PO will be applicable, you know, and the effect of raising PO. We've looked at invoices, the effect of raising invoices. Then we've looked at supplier return, scenarios where they arise and when they are needed to be done, right? Now we've also looked at payment. So that is a typical flow of the procurement to pay process. And it is on that note, right, that I would want to okay, let me see if there are anything that I think yes, to an extent you can confirm. But you know even though, so I just want to attend to a question that says, uh, is it ideal to confirm receipts of payment from supplier from Macaulay Jacobs? Okay, before entering it into the system. To an extent, yes. You know, but there are instances where the supplier might not have received the payment, but if you've gotten the alert from your end, then it's a good step in you recording it in your system. However, that is why we now have instances for bank reconciliation. So even if it's good you enter it in the system, but even if they didn't get it or the bank chooses to reverse it, you can always note at the point of reconciling your bank. So bank reconciliation is also another area that we would also look into, but that would be tomorrow basically. So, yes, this is Sage Business Cloud Accounting. So it's also called Sage One, right? It's just one of those, software that we do configure, for our clients, and at Droidedge Consulting, this is what we do basically. We are Sage experts. We don't only deal with Sage. We deal with Zoho. We deal with QuickBooks applications. Then we deal with Microsoft Dynamics too. So it's a team of consultants, right? That so I'm sure we must have taken one or two things that would have been key to us you know so yeah, we'll provide the video, we'll make the video available as promised. Okay, so that's if there are any questions, you can please let's drop them in the questions tab and chats session. So questions, okay. So, but that's just the basic, the basic thing we needed to know. So, just a brief recap: we've looked at, maintaining our company information, setting up our company per se. We looked at general ledger, what it is, when we say general ledger, what do we mean, right? So, we looked at when we say, okay, I'm sure we should be able to like chart an account to an extent now. So because those are one of the key things that segregates or that sets you aside from several other accountants or business students out there. So we've been able to look at of course how to create bank accounts and the likes within the system. We looked at maintaining items. Of course, inventory items are those products or services that we deal with, and we've looked at their nature as well, right? We also looked at maintaining our suppliers information, right? So what are those things we needed to do? What are those things with respect to category that we need to uh, uh, make or note, right? Then customers, right? We looked at what are those what are those things we need to know before creating customers. So we also looked into opening balances, the nature of opening balances, what we need to know about opening balances, or when we hear closing balances. I'm sure we are much more familiar with it now, right? Then we also looked at, suppliers transactions within the system, from the procurement process to the payment process. What are those typical things we needed to look out for, right? So I tomorrow's class, would be much more interesting, you know, because some other aspects would be looked at. So please, let us endeavor, right, to join for tomorrow's class, right? So with the video will be uh, the video will be provided. We've sent. There's also a detailed manual. Trust me, there's also a detailed manual that we've prepared, that which we've shared with you guys too. So we'll look forward to. Okay, if there are other questions or other chats before we call it a day, let's have them. So currently we have a total number of 63. At some point, we have much more. Total number of 63 participants, and we thank you for making time, because it's not just enough. It's not just to have the recorded session alone. There is need to hear from the horse mouth. Sometime, and you would have opportunity to ask questions. So I wouldn't know if my colleague would like to chip in anything before we call it a day. We are still open to your chat, so please feel free to drop any chats. But or okay, so in 2 minutes we should round up this session. Okay, so basically, let me just Droidedge Consulting. Basically, we are a software consulting firm, right? We deal with you know, accounting and ERP systems. We deal with system automations as well. So trust me, we are experts at what we do. So in case you are using any software, and there will still, so one of those things we would also do at aside after the training too is we have an existing accounting software communities where we post tips, software tips, Excel tips, and all those, for uh, for our community. Let me just put it like that, and we'll be sharing that details with you. Hopefully, for those of you that will be interested, also it also guide us in an interactive platform for us. If you are having any challenge at any point in time, we can always, note that. Yeah, of course, certificates, yes, will be provided, but you need to attend. You need to make sure you attend. It's not just for the certificate, please. The knowledge is also required for you guys. So, are there any other? Okay. So I think, sorry, there's something I wanted to share with us the other time. Just one moment. Uh, okay. Okay, I think it's from the manual. No. Okay, just a moment, please, before we call it a day. Okay. So, okay. So one final thing I would like to share with us is this. Okay. So our firm, Droidedge Consulting, right? We deal with so many services. We sell business management solutions, and we also facilitate trainings. This is one of those trainings. We facilitate corporate trainings as well. So where we train, corporate, even much more larger audience. We train on accounting, we train on payroll software, a full inventory system, fixed assets, systems, and we do with third party integration. Then we also manage projects, you know, for clients. So some of the products we deal with is Sage S3 Enterprise Management, say 300C. say 200 evolution, say 300 people. Then of course say business cloud accounting, say business cloud accounting payroll, Zoho softwares, QuickBooks, Microsoft Dynamics, and of course, you can always reach out to us. This is our company address, our telephone number should you want to reach out to us, and our email, info@droidedge.com. Then of course the website droidedge.com. So I I would like to to thank us for making time. Thank you so much. We all have been wonderful. It's well appreciated. We didn't take it for granted. And of course, tomorrow promises to be a much more interesting class. So please, let's endeavor to be present. Let's just try to join. All right. And a link has been shared with you. Uh, you know, for a review, right? So you can just based on how the training went, we would like to hear from you, and please, 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 we like to hear from you. And so, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'd like to end the session and see us tomorrow. Same time. Please let's join before 12, so that for some of us that were having connection issues, we would have been able to like sort it. So thank you. Do you want to say anything?
Hello. Yes, if there's any of us who would like to ask one or two questions, we've been dropping questions to the chat room. So, should in case we really want to ask any question related to the class so far, we want to speak, we can actually do that now by requesting for the microphone and the screen sharing, so that we can always you know give us the access to do that. So if there's any of us who would want to ask a question, so we can grant you the microphone access. I think some people are raising hand already, so let me grant them microphone access so we can ask a question or any comment or observation you really want to do. So if you have any question or you want to contribute before we end the session today, so let's quickly do that by raising our hand. All right. So if we do not receive, I think if we are fine, then we can end the session. But if you have any question for now, you can still do that. So let's, like my colleague has said, let's get your feedback ahead of tomorrow. We'll share a Google review link with you, so we could just hear your feedback as on how the class actually went. So let's know let's know your take. Let's know how you feel. We would actually enjoy your feedback. So we'll share the link with you by WhatsApp, so you can let us know your feedback as to how the clients, your observation, your requests, your comments, and things like that. So we actually thank you so much for joining this session, and we do appreciate. All right. We've come to the end of today's session, so I would be ending this session in any minute from now. So thank you all for joining. All right. Thank you.